Welcome to the May regular board meeting for Hollister School District. We will now call the meeting to order at 5:02, and I'd like to take roll call. Trustee Toasty? Here. Okay, Trustee Martinez? Here. Trustee Grist? Here. And Trustee Perez? Okay, great. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
I don't have any.
Okay, thank you. So can I get a motion to convene to closed session?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, Trustee Grist, let's vote.
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Yes.
And I'm an aye, so 5-0. We will convene to closed session at 5:03.
Oh, no, you don't want, that's, I talked to Sharon.
We'd like to reconvene this regular board meeting session from closed session at 6:15. Thank you for your patience. Can we have someone do the flag salute, lead the flag salute for us?
Ready to salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So the next item is number 7, community and student/staff recognition.
So good evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We have 2 groups of students that we will be recognizing tonight. To help us with our recognition, we have our coordinator of English Learner Programs, Jennifer Miller.
All right, well, hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for coming tonight. I've asked for some assistance for my awards tonight, so I have Catalina Medina. She is our DLAC president from Sierra Vista, representing and Patricia Martinez. She is our DLAC. She is our DLAC lead this year, so she's also going to help with lining up students and whatnot. So thank you all for being here tonight. I am here to award some students for a fantastic job. Para algo fantástico que pasó este año. As you know, the last 4 years have been difficult with COVID, and our students have worked very hard. Our English learners have worked very hard, and they are ready to reclassify. Our students are 8th graders. Todos de esos estudiantes anoche son en octavo grado, and they have been designated English learners since they were in kindergarten for many of them. There are 4 things they need to do to reclassify. The first thing they need to do is receive a 4 on their LPAC. The second thing they need to do is to get a passing score on the CASP. The third thing they need is teacher recommendation, and teachers, if you're out there and listening, I have sent you the elevation forms for these students to fill out so they're ready to go. And then the final form is parent consent. El permiso de los padres. And I already know that all of the parents right here are going to give consent. The hardest part is to get a 4 on the LPAC. Este 4 en el primer examen es el parte más difícil para todos los estudiantes. Y año de año, los estudiantes tratan lo mejor que pueden y agarran 3, pero no agarran un 4. So they get a 3, they'll work hard, they get a 3, but they don't get that 4. The students took their test this year in February, and scores are in. And I'm here tonight to recognize and not get choked up, because this is unbelievable. We have 40 students in this room that scored an A. It's unbelievable, and I am so proud. So I have to tell you, this does not mean you are reclassifying. It doesn't mean it yet, okay? What this means is that you have your 4, okay? All of you are going to receive your certificate tonight. You have your 4. I wait till your CAST score comes in. If your CAST score comes in and it's passing, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you classify before you leave the school district. And if that doesn't happen, Joanne Kaplansky's waiting for you at the high school. And she's going to make sure that it happens within the first year. So congratulations, students. There are 40 of you. So be ready. You are going to go in alpha order by last name. When you come up, I'll call your name. I will pass their certificate over here. If you can come on up to receive your certificate, and then we'll go ahead and have you shake hands along the way. Wait at the very end where Mrs. Martinez is. And then we're going to try to take a picture of all of you together, okay? Are you ready? Okay, Brandon Acevedo. Martín Aguilar Zapata. She's representing. Samantha Avila Nunez. Eric Carrillo Puerto. Joshua Sarato Garcia. Eric Chavez. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we have a performance going on today at one of the school sites, and so those students were going to come here instead of do their performance. Got a message from the teachers about that, and they will not be here. So if some of these names of the students aren't here, we know that they're actually doing the right thing. So Jaylene Contreras, she won't be here, but her mom over there. David Correa. Jennifer Escamilla Ramirez. Jennifer, I'm so proud of you. When I saw your name there, I was so proud. Ruth España Frausto. Jonathan Estrada. Luis Franco Jr. Samantha Garcia. Brian Garcia Limos. Isabella Godinez. Zaryan Gomez Juarez. Luis Gonzalez Aguirre. Aaron Granados Tajiero. Victoria Puerta. Emmanuel Jaramillo. Arlen Lozano Viruete. Reginaldo Martinez Gonzalez. Reginaldo. Jaden Medina. Magdine Montoya Munoz. Francisco Olvera. Juan Palorina. Dominic Paniagua Cortez. Ashley Porras. Jose Rivera Delgado. Ramiro Rivera. Juan Rodriguez. Samuel Rodriguez. Anaís Sanchez Lopez. Minerva Santayo Castillo. Kelvin Silva Rincon. Kiara Valencia Tejeda. Giselle Vargas Zepeda. Axel Vasquez. And Gilberto Zavala. As these students stand here, I want them to stay there for just a second. I want the board to recognize what a tremendous amount of work it takes for these students to get to these points, and that they have been in our system for quite a while, and they have finally met the first step in reclassification. So we are so proud of them. Parents, if you'd like to go ahead and take pictures, go ahead and take pictures now. Students, that passing test is on the back of your certificate, so make sure to hold on to that. You're going to need it, all right? Congratulations. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And parents, I understand if you have another place that you need to get going, you don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting. If you don't want to, you're more than welcome to stay, however. So si los padres si quieren quedar con nosotros, están bienvenidos, pero si necesitan ir a otros lugares, nosotros también. Okay?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amanda Quiato, and I'm the Director of Arts Education for the San Benito County Arts Council. I have my colleagues here tonight with me, Executive Director Jennifer Lane, Teaching Artist Stephanie Scow, who works at Rancho Santana School, and Rebecca Pearson, who works at Sarah Vista. Tonight, we are very excited to honor some very special students. This year, we partnered with the district on a couple of new innovative projects, and one is these rotating exhibitions that you can see here. And the second one is it's so nice to see student work, it's so lively. And another aspect of things that we're doing is we are offering inaugural awards in art excellence to students. So all of our teaching artists nominated an exceptional student this year after working with them through the entire year, and someone who showed exceptional creativity and charisma. And so tonight we get to honor those students, and the extra special part about these awards is that their artwork will be a permanent installation at the district office. So without further ado, I'm not sure who is present, so we'll just kind of run it the same way. Thank you, Jennifer Miller, for giving me what I'm supposed to be doing. You know, public speaking anxiety, so fun. Okay, so I have them in order here. We have Aria Perez, first grader from Sunny Slope. Yay! Congratulations! Our future artist, I love that. Jolie Mendez, sixth grader from Sarah Vista. Yay. And Jasmine Martinez, fifth grade student at R.O. Hardin. Alrighty. Diamond Berrigan Perez, second grade student at Calaveras. Awesome. And we have David Lujan, fifth grade student at AAA. All right, David. Look at those crowds smile. I love those smiling faces. All right, we have Bailey Lopez, kindergartner from Lad Lane. Awesome. Okay. We have Jordan Mangus, eighth grade student at Rancho Santana. And last but not least, we have Sophia Alvarez, sixth grade student from HGLA. I am so proud of all of you for putting your creative power out there for the world and inspiring all of us. And we're so excited to have your artwork here at the district for years to come to inspire our community and other students just like you. Congratulations.
Ready? Okay, everybody look right here at me. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good job, you guys. Yay! Congratulations! Thanks for coming. Oh, sorry. I was so busy trying to get my
thing to recognize so many students. Congratulations to everyone.
Yes.
So item number 8 is closed session announcements, and there are no announcements from our closed session tonight. Item 9 is to approve the agenda. Would somebody like to entertain a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda.
A second?
Okay, we're gonna do a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
And Trustee Marks is an aye, passes 5-0. And now item 10 is public comments.
Board policy allows each speaker 3 minutes. Members of the public may call in during the board meeting to enter the public comment queue and state their public comment at 630-6320. The Brown Act prohibits the board from taking action at this meeting on items discussed during the time. Commencing on July 1st, the Hollister School District Board of Trustees will adhere to the 15-minute per topic policy. So our first speaker today is Valeria Mariano.
Hi, once again. Well, we're here again just to point of view once again about the fact that you guys are planning to take our program out of district, which we don't seem as fair due to the fact that we've been here for so long. And just like we talked about last time, we have a lot of benefits to our kids. Like, we care very much about our kids. We do all these activities with them, and honestly, I'm up here due to the fact that I don't remember the last time we were here, the exact date, but you guys agreed that you guys were gonna discuss it, we were gonna come back. And my only disagreement or question would be that we kind of went over the agenda about it, but we didn't see that we were in it. I don't know if it was a misunderstanding and we didn't get the agenda correctly, but we were just wondering, a little more question to you guys, why we were not in it. That's our question, because we looked it over and it seems like, it just seemed like we were kind of, okay guys, thanks for coming, and so that's why pretty much I'm up here just asking you guys a question about why we didn't make it in the agenda for today, because it's just confusing to all of us. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Margarita Briseño.
But I too had the same questions, because last time we met, you guys did agree that we'll continue the topic with the after-school program. And I myself am also a little confused of why it's not on the agenda. But here's a quick little overview of my personal thoughts as a parent of 2 kids who attend your district. So I would like to begin by asking everyone here to think about what is your personal goal for all of our students, not just specific ones, but every single student attending our district. Okay? I am hoping that everyone here has the same goal, which is to raise and teach all of our kids here to be caring, independent, and responsible individuals who have the academic skills necessary to be successful in whichever career path they so choose. At least that's my goal as the parent for my kids, and I'm hoping that's the goal for the district as well. But if there isn't a collaboration between all of us, and I mean the district, the parents, the teachers, the after-school programs, and our kids, this is not going to work. Okay, so you guys have great teachers, and I have experienced that, especially through the pandemic. My daughter was in kinder. She did her whole kinder year through a laptop. She was successful, but not because of the Chromebook, not because of Books of Brilliance, but because of their teachers. And they need to be appreciated and respected. Okay, they have earned a fair raise They have worked for their money, they have worked for their raise, they have been giving work, went on and beyond to provide my kids and our kids with a quality education. Not only that, but they also provide a safe and caring learning environment. My kids come to me, they talk about their teachers, they talk about their coach. And that's a good sign as a parent. The same thing with the after-school program. They come to me and they tell me about their YMCA leaders. They have a bond, a relationship with them, and I don't want that to end. So a quick summary, I'm just asking for the school district to collaborate. There's no need to make drastic changes. You have great teachers, you have great staff, you have great students, you have great parents. You have great after-school programs. So let's just all work together, figure something out where we will all benefit. Not just a few kids, but all of our kids. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Wayne Jones. Is Wayne not here?
I'm sorry, I'm really tired right now. Am I speaking in the mic okay? Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm here to talk about my children and my family. They're in the CASA program, and excuse me. So my kids weren't always in the CASA program because my wife was at home with the kids. You know, I was the one who went to work. My wife, she would take the kids to school in the morning and pick them up from school, you know, at noon or 2 o'clock. So 3.5 years ago, she passed away, and so I don't have any family here to help me, you know, pick up my kids or anything like that. And, so I really didn't know what to do as far as going to work and juggling being a single father. But when the school, Calavera School, found out about my wife's death, they told me about the CASA program, and that I didn't even have to fill out an application to wait. They said my kids were a shoo-in. They would welcome them in right away, and they really helped me greatly. So when they asked me to come and speak on their behalf, it's the least I could do. They have they've helped not only me but my children as well, as far as getting their homework done. They're doing really well with their grades. And when they were telling me that they're getting rid of the CASA program, it kind of they kind of hurt, you know. Is like I said, it's the least I can do is come out here and speak on their behalf. And I'm not one for public speaking, but thank you all you people, in the CASA program for helping me.
Melissa Espinosa.
Hello, you can't notice I'm here speaking on behalf of Youth Alliance, but I also just want to remind you that Youth Alliance is not just an after-school program. I started working here almost actually coming up about a year ago. So I used to work in the summer, and I helped with this two things. The Youth Impact Center, in which it is a program provided by the by the YMCA. Excuse me, the Youth Alliance. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. But and a lot of times these programs that we provide, a lot of the students from CASA come into these programs, which it would be such a unfortunate thing if you take away the CASA program here in Hollister, because within that, a lot of the students also get a lot of services provided within CASA, like outside of CASA too, and so they have an opportunity to learn different things. Like I mentioned last time, there was a guitar. It's called Guitar Not Guns, and so they there's a couple of students. I think in fact, the majority of students in the Guitar Not Guns are from CASA, the CASA program. There is the food pantry, which itself is not like a program, but it provides meals and food for students and family members within the Youth Impact, the Youth Alliance. And along with, I just want to give an example, like the Youth Impact Center. It's not as it's from Thursdays, and it's from 3 to 6, and it's a program where ages 12 to 18 students, people could come and go to the office, the main office, and hang out, but also have computers. There's some snacks and just counselors like provided for them for not only their mental health, but also to help them with their homework. So I just want to give like a friendly reminder and stuff that like even if you take away CASA, you're not taking away just the after school programs, but you're also taking away all these different important and useful programs available for the students within the Youth Alliance as itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Jimenez.
Hello. So my name is Brenda Jimenez. I actually am here to advocate on CASA's behalf as well. I actually was employed through Youth Alliance about 16, 17 years ago. I started my career through CASA and through being able to be an after-school program mentor. My children have gone through CASA. My oldest is actually 21 and still speaks about CASA. I like to attribute my career to just CASA, to the exposure that I received there through the guidance of Diane, a lot of just the staff, amazing staff that were present when I first started initially working there. But in the work that I do now, I am finding myself referring a lot of families, a lot of children, to be able to receive services, support through their after-school program. A lot of families who would otherwise be very hesitant to reach out to other community organizations just because of the stigmas that are associated with it. And I am finding that, I am referring a lot of families over to, be able to benefit from the programs, their after-school programs, from a lot of the other resources that they do have available through Youth Alliance. And even to this day, I still have many of my students who were a part of my classroom reach out and keep in contact with me. And, just based on the number of years that Youth Alliance has been present in the after-school programs here in San Benito County, we are talking about thousands and thousands of kids who have had tremendous, opportunities offered to them that otherwise would not have been offered to them. And, by being able to expose them to a lot of the resources and expose them to a lot of the curriculum that is very thoughtfully put together in order to expose, our children to things that they normally would not necessarily have too much exposure to in the regular school system based on funding and cuts to so many things. This is one of the things that it really does break my heart to kind of have to stand up here and have to advocate for, because it's not necessarily just affecting the children who would lose out on these programs, but the families that benefit from it all. So, I am asking, like everybody else, to please engage in a conversation where collaboration can happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fatima Brenyas.
Hello, good afternoon. Back again. Hope you're not here till 1:30 in the morning like last board meeting with AAA. I am a concerned parent of speaking on behalf of the Alliance. I currently have 2 students in the Hollister School District. I have a 5th grader in AAA and I have a TK in Calaveras right now. As a new parent to the school district, we moved here 2 years ago. My son was barely brand new to the school district. As a new kid, as a parent, there was a concern about being bullied, about the safety of our kids. That happened to my kid as a 4th grader. He was being bullied. He didn't want to tell me because he was scared of, the retaliation of the other students. Being at CASA, it was brought to my attention, me speaking to the site coordinator, Mr. Koda, and speaking to the site director, they got right root to the problem. And within a week, the problem of my son being bullied literally stopped. After that, my son has loved going to CASA. They got to the solution within a week. The reason why I feel they did is because they've been around for over 20 years in the district. They have the experience to deal with the students. They have the resources to get to the bullying part. As a parent, that is my biggest concern, safety for our students. I work in Santa Cruz. I can't afford one day to get a phone call saying, hey, come pick up your kid. I'm an hour and a half away. So being there and having them solve this problem as a parent, that brought tears to my eyes because now my son loves going to CASA. These youth leaders, they relate to our students. They solve the problems instantly. So to me, that is the number one concern. I advocate to keep this program still standing. This program has, like I said, has been around for 20 years and it's working. Why take away something that has worked so long in the community? And these youth relate to our students. Like I said, you're talking about a new program starting in August. How can a program be established in 3 months when this program's been around for 20 years and has been doing a great job at it? Don't take that away from our students. They relate to you. Also, last month I said about teacher shortage. We talked about that it would be teachers taking over the after school program. How can that be possible if we're still seeing a shortage of substitute teachers every day? I can't afford to miss work. So if I get a call one day saying, hey, after school care is closed because we have no teachers, I can't afford to lose work. I need the income, and they're there every day supporting our kids. Next year, I have a kindergarten going into the CASA program. My concern for him is safety, and this program has been working. So please, 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 keep CASA the line together. It's working. Don't break that apart.
Okay, our next speaker is Diane Ortiz.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Sanchez, community, parents, students. My name is Diane Ortiz. I'm the CEO of the Youth Alliance, and I just want to give a couple of updates One, I'd like to say we're extremely appreciative of Trustee Perez for visiting the Youth Alliance CASA program. That was very meaningful to have you present. Since the last board meeting, Youth Alliance has met with the district team and continued to meet with teacher representatives and parents. At the district meeting, we were not given assurance that HSD would continue to work with YA-CASA and told that the decision would be made after the deadline to submit after-school registration forms. We received a request to meet on June 5th and were also asked to provide feedback to the expanded learning and ACES plans. We are very appreciative of the opportunity to meet and to continue the conversation. However, we would like to request that the previous ELOP and ACES plans that were worked on collaboratively with the previous director be used as a starting point. These 3-year plans were crafted so well that the district received regional acknowledgement and the plan was lifted up as a model template for other districts. The focus of the ELOP and ACES funding is specifically to help at-promise students gain access to resources that can help them meet local educational standards. While ELOP funding can be available to all students, the intended focus is to be at school sites in the lowest income schools, as determined by free and reduced lunch rate. YA specifically tailors our work to support students and families with special circumstances or needs. CASA supports the community schools effort as well, and because of our strong relationships and expertise, we can be an important ally to re-engage students and address the high rates of chronic absenteeism that is facing the district. Students, parents, and staff would like to know if CASA will be available next year. We have not been informed as to when the decision will come before the board and would like to request that the decision be made in June so that we can provide the community and our staff with timely and transparent notification. Youth Alliance CASA values our partnership with the district, and we look forward to continuing to work together to support our Hollister School District students and families. Thank you.
Kelly? Run. Oh, sorry, we couldn't decipher your signature.
Oh, sorry. All right, good evening. First, I also want to reiterate the CASA is an amazing program at Mays, and I heartily support them staying active on our campus. Part of the reason I feel they are so successful is because they are fresh at the end of the day versus teachers and teachers' aides who would not be fresh. They would have had 7.5 hours already with students, and they need adults that are ready to start fresh with them in the afternoon. Now to the real reason I came up to speak today. My name is Kelly Rodden, and I am a math teacher at Mays Middle School. I wanted to share some of my numbers tonight. 9, the number of years that I have taught in this district. 11, the number of years that I have taught altogether. 5, the number of principals that I have had at Mays. 4, the number of superintendents that have served while I have been in this district. 2, the number of math teachers in the district who have served as math teachers longer than me in this district. 0, the number of times I have thought of leaving Mays and this district in past school years. At least 5, the number of times I have thought of leaving this district in the past month. I share these numbers with you to show that I have weathered a lot of change in this district. So the prospect of having another new principal at Mays is not my issue. I have started to consider new opportunities because of the lack of promise I see in the reports from salary negotiations right now. In a year where COLA is at a long-time high, the district's initial proposal of a 4% overall compensation seemed dismal. While I understand that the proposal has increased, I have started looking at other districts in California to see where we stand. Number of middle school math teacher jobs in California posted on EdJoin right now, 182. In at least 9 other districts, I would be looking at an increase in salary even if I lost years of service, since many districts don't take more than 8 to 10 years. In all of those districts,
I would reach $100,000 in significantly less time than our current salary schedule. It takes teachers in our district 25 years before they reach the 100,000 mark. In most of these other districts, it only takes 11 to 17 years. What was most interesting for me to find in my research is that the most competitive salaries were the ones in our own area. I found a few school districts that would be up to an hour commute from Hollister and would put me at the 100,000 within a few years. Isn't one of our LCAP goals to recruit and maintain effective teachers? How can we recruit or keep our teachers when we have more lucrative options so close to us? I have seen a significant number of teaching positions turn over in my 9 years in the district, and that includes almost all of the math teacher positions at Rancho and Mays. I know that our district has struggled with money recently, but I have to ask why the district felt the need to increase the services and other operating expenses category to more than double previous years and double of the beginning of this school year's budget. I have heard that it is money that can be spent on teaching conferences. With the amount of money in this category, I would expect that all teachers would have been to at least one conference this year that was not provided by school CSI monies. I am fairly certain that this is not the case, and this could be money used to recruit and keep your teachers. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Barbara Clemente.
And if everyone could please try to keep their speech at 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Can you get closer to the mic so we can hear you?
From this about CASA, I would like to say that CASA has helped me do things that I never knew I could do. They helped me join sports, decide what I do for my life. When there's a problem with another student, they help you, they talk to you guys. They make them understand that that you didn't mean to do that, or you did not mean to say that. Another thing is that they teach you good stuff. They teach you new things, and they helped me learn how to do art, and that's something I really like. But something is that I used to have F's and C's, and they helped me get up to A+. But yeah, thank you.
Margarita Clemente.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy mamá de la Bárbara y doy gracias a Dios porque el programa Casa me ha ayudado mucho, como no sé leer, no sé escribir, no sé, y el programa Casa me ha ayudado mucho. Por eso, muchas gracias.
Our next speaker, Cheryl Rios.
Good evening. March, April, and May are filled with special days celebrating the various people who work in schools. However, we don't have a special day for our after-school program providers. Anyway, here we are at the end of May, and I want to make sure that you, as well as the community, my fellow teachers, know how much teachers and our after-school CASA workers are appreciated. Each site's parents, students, and administrators really went all out this year. At Mays, the staff was taken on a trip around the world with a different stop each day. Emma and Diana were amazing. Thank goodness for our TK and kindergarten teachers, where they accept each and every child however they enter their rooms and quickly enter their hearts. Many of their students don't even know a word of English, but they understand and speak the language of love. There's nothing like one of your students calling you mom or dad when they need their shoes tied or their noses wiped. Thank you for lighting the flame of knowledge that will last a lifetime. Your primary teachers lay the foundation upon which everything else is built. Fine arts take shape with small muscle control. The mastery of reading and writing begins so the great literature of the world and throughout history can be appreciated. Number senses learn so our children know how to split a cookie or pizza among their friends, and maybe one day balance a checkbook. And their friendships are cultivated like rose gardens. Our upper elementary teachers start preparing our students for the world they live in, both for exploring and preserving. Our third graders study animals. Our fourth graders come to understand how great this state came to be and the wonders within its boundaries. Our fifth graders learn perseverance through stories they read. This is such an underrated skill for success as a human being. Our middle school math teachers help our students make sense of problems and persevere in solving them. Flexibility in thinking is paramount to tackling the world's problems. Our middle school history teachers aren't afraid to share the darker side of history. It's through this understanding the students sense the urgency to not let history repeat itself and inspires many to service. Our middle school science teachers show our students that anything is possible. They can float on air, cure cancer, and take care of our earth. Our middle school English teachers give our students opportunities to share ideas and collaborate with each other. Exploring the literature of the world creates well-rounded humans. Our middle school PE teachers encourage healthy lifestyles that will be so critical for them to pursue their dreams in adulthood. And then there are the special education teachers who never give up hope that their students will realize their potential and that their parents will dare to dream of a bright future for their children. This is why teachers ask you to visit our schools regularly. We make magic happen every day. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jeanette.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Jeanette Neal, and I'm the Parent Education Support Person at Youth Alliance. I'm here because I'm reminding the board that a clear decision has not been communicated to Youth Alliance regarding the future participation of the CASA program with the Hollister School District students. As a community member of Spanish-speaking families and parents with high-needs children, I see that my community of parents and families are concerned. They are concerned about not having the Youth Alliance CASA program for their children. They feel as though they don't trust what is happening at their schools. This isn't good for the targeted school climate achievement that we are aiming for. The communications through Parent Square are not reaching all the families due to barriers such as language, illiteracy, difficulties navigating technology, and not owning a device that is up to date or fully operative or operable. With these issues, coupled with the knowledge that they need to choose and can't, is causing insecurity that affect their feelings of belonging to the school. Parents have come to me and they're asking me, like, what is going on and how can they make this decision? They're not sure, like, they don't know who to trust. Some of our CASA staff and some of our parents are going to each school site to try to help them to navigate it, and they're saying that their phones don't work and they're not sure, like, what to choose. So what I'm asking is that, you know, we're waiting to, if you're waiting to receive the results of this survey, then you might be missing a lot of the parents, especially the ones with the children that need it the most and the parents that need it the most, like the ones that have come up here this evening. Please add the CASA expanded learning to your next agenda. And like some of the other young people have said that came up here, that the CASA program connects families to the Youth Alliance on 4th Street. They come there for so many resources, for food. Like last month, like 63 parents came, and I asked our person that works with the resources, and she said that 75% of those families that come are parents of CASA. And they would otherwise not know. Yeah, maybe sure they would continue to know if the program's changed, but once those families have gone through, then they're no longer a member of Youth Alliance. I just want you guys to think about that, and really when you look at those surveys, to really wonder, was everyone able to make a choice as to what they want? And why are we making parents decide? It's making them feel so uncomfortable that they have to make a choice. They feel like if they make a choice, are they going against one of the teachers that they love so much? You know, it's very confusing. So please put us on the agenda for the next meeting. Thank you.
Next speaker is Anita Smeringhouse, reading for Gemma Costello.
Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez and esteemed board members. Gemma apologizes that she couldn't be in here in person tonight. I am a teacher for students with extreme needs in a mod severe class that I have been teaching, or I work in a mod severe class. I have been teaching for the past 30 years, and I have been told that I am good at what I do. Each year, I try to give my very best. I have never felt the need to speak to the board before because I am always happy and content. However, these past 2 years have been especially rough, and this year more than ever. Our mod severe class sizes have ballooned. We have been greatly impacted. Some classes have 10 to 12 students in them. 12 students for those in a mod to severe class with extreme needs. Don't you think that's a bit overloaded? My class has averaged 11 students, 90% of whom wear diapers and need to be changed. I have 4 paras, one of whom is assigned to a specific student as a one-on-one. My students have varied sensory needs, excessive behaviors, and several of them have medical problems with emergency protocols. This is a very challenging and exhausting time, not just for me, but most even for my staff. Prepping, teaching specialized education to 12 students, in addition to feeding, diapering, closely monitoring students' health needs is becoming too much. I'm deciding to speak out on behalf of myself and my exhausted and overwhelmed staff. We are not afraid of hard work. We love our jobs. We adore our students. We just want proper staffing to safely care for our students and their health needs. I have high hopes in the leaders of our educational system. I know that they work hard and plan for a better year. Please make sure that you include the most impacted students when you plan for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonia Morales Cruz.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Antonia Morelos Cruz. Vengo aquí a pedir una ayuda para programa Casas. Yo estoy muy feliz con la maestra que enseña a mi hijo, la maestra Melissa y más maestra que está aquí presente. Y yo no quiero que lo quiten las ayudas que estás dando a nosotros, porque yo soy mamá y trabajo en el campo y es poco difícil porque salgo tarde. Y como esa maestra está enseñando bien a mis hijos, a mí me hace un poco difícil con mis hijos porque no sabe leer y no sabe matemáticas, lecturas. y estoy bien orgulloso con ello que está enseñando a mis hijos, gracias a Dios. Este año yo miré que avanzó mucho mi hijo y eso es lo que yo estoy pidiendo, que no lo quiten ese apoyo. Yo estoy bien feliz con todos. Madre que está presente aquí, ya sé que ella está aquí por apoyo. Y yo no permite yo también que lo quiten ese apoyo, porque es un gran apoyo que me está dando a mí, a mis hijas, y ella también está muy triste que escuchó que iba a quitar ese apoyo y ella está triste. Yo siento triste también con mi niño que piensa yo va a pasar así, pero si no pasa así, yo sigo feliz con mi niño y hasta las maestras. Y también yo veo que mi niña va avanzando leer y hacer todas las actividades. Y eso es lo que yo pido, una gran ayuda para mí y a todos padres, pues, como uno no sabe también español, yo no sé español, pero aquí estoy pidiendo ayudas. Yo no hablo mixteco, poquito español, y yo comprendo a todos los padres que no pueden estar presentes aquí. Y eso es todo. Gracias.
Damaris Barajas.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Damaris, and my 9-year-old daughter attends CASA at Calaveras School. My daughter's very happy there because sometimes she calls me from school, from the school phone, actually. And she says, "Mom, don't pick me up early from CASA because I don't want to miss out on fun activities here." She's constantly doing that. The reason she says that is because she does after school swimming and gymnastics. So sometimes I have to pick her up early. Excuse me. These words give me relief knowing that my daughter is happy and stable. My husband is first responder, so he works 24-hour shifts. He's hardly home. I do not have parents or other relatives living nearby, and I can't leave my job until after 5 p.m. I worry about my daughter and all the students who may potentially miss out on crucial emotional support because their typical after-school program, CASA, may potentially not be running. Children who might not have family members at home right after school no longer have the lifeline in the school building that they once had. On April 25th, I saw the message on Parent Square where the school district was taking to recruit and hire staff for their new after-school program. I started to worry and think, do I have to start over and potentially be waitlisted on this new program? Because the district may not be able to hire new employees to cover the demand. Post-pandemic, finding backup childcare is very difficult. That market has changed. You can't find someone easily. Fewer people are working, or more companies are rolling back the remote flexibilities they offered workers during the pandemic. I wasn't here in the last meeting, but I read in the newspaper or somewhere online, it was mentioned that the move to keep the after-school programs in-house would provide an opportunity to rehire teachers who lost their jobs last year. My questions are, has anyone spoken to these teachers that lost their jobs last year? Have you asked the teachers if they are willing to come back, or did they get hired somewhere else? Are you basically asking these teachers to work overtime for more pay? Do these teachers wish to work after school hours in this program? So please, I ask that you keep this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vivian Espinosa.
This is Vivian Espinosa, and she is a student in CASA. Tell them what you learned. Tell them what they need to hear. Why they should feel scared. It's okay, baby. Tell them. Just tell them. Pretend you're telling me. Why is CASA important to you?
Because they do fun activities.
Well, what else?
They help you learn. And the best part is that you can have extra recess.
She's really sad, but good job. You know, she was crying to me today. And, well, you were upset. And she, not literally, but she was asking me, why are they taking away CASA? And I had to explain to her that the district wants to open another after-school program, but didn't tell the CASA program or the Youth Alliance YMCA that they want to remove it. I'm also a parent that is new to district here. I came from Milpitas. So obviously I'm not used to speaking in a district. I never had to do this. But my children were really blessed being in Calaveras and in Mays. They have wonderful teachers. I was actually in disbelief as well to learn that they're not getting paid enough. I was a child that grew up in the Monterey County district, and to learn that those teachers are actually getting paid more is unbelievable, especially for the type of teachers that they have there. And I'll tell you firsthand, they're the worst. And I'm so happy that I chose this district because of that. And I'm sad because now I'm here and my daughter wanted to speak. And do you want to say anything else? Yeah. I do want to say, though, that it's really important that you guys have this communication with them. I lost my job because my company closed. It's the worst feeling. It really is. And I don't want them to go through it. They should not have to be looking for another job, and they should keep their jobs. You guys should make that a priority for them, especially all the years for them being here and being there for our children. Sorry. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Araceli Maldonado.
Hi, I'm here because I work with the little babies. I'm a daycare provider for 20 years, and I relate with all of you like a mother, like a teacher, because I don't have a degree, but I consider myself a teacher because I'm the one at home trying to teach the little kids to go to the bathroom, to learn some letters, to do some coloring. And I work many hours from 4 in the morning into 6, 7 o'clock at night every day because a lot of you guys commute. They come home very late, And just because of the roads, there's so much traffic. Sometimes they need to be picked up at 5 and they show up 2 hours later, and I'm just here to ask I wanted to be counted like part of to be part of the school, or sorry, I'm not too good at talking, but we wanted to be counted. Like, I know all these programs deserve to be open because they're amazing programs, but so daycares, because we do, I think, we're the one we started doing all this at home, and then they go to the schools and the programs, and we need to be counted and talk more about the pay, everything that's not fair. We need to be counted like part of the education. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Keep Casa Services, Crane Lane. We have an individual, because we can't, I'm sorry, we couldn't read your name. What's your name? Vicky? Vicky. Okay, sorry. Give your name for the record, please. Thank you. Yeah. Say hi. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Alina.
Hi, I'm also pretty new to the Hollis District. My name is Vicky Nguyen. And I came over here, and my son, who's over there, he's a little fed up. Aiden, he also went through kindergarten through a laptop. I came over here, and he blossomed. Mr. Koda, he's amazing in providing the patience he needed to open up. With COVID and the pandemic, I think we've been through, I'm also an advocate for mental health as well. I'm a therapist. So seeing my child blossom in so many different ways, academically, socially is the biggest piece. It was just like, it was relieving for me. And so just hearing, I also work in community mental health as well. So I see the need for stability in our kids, right? And transitions has just been so much given the pandemic. And so having more transitions and more stress on our children really messes up their mind in so many ways. Obviously, it leads to more childhood trauma and instability, and that's not really necessary right now, given how much, there are more, suicide, attempts at this rate. That I'm having to go out and do 5150s for our kiddos, and that's not necessary, right? So just seeing the reclassifications for our kids and the community roots that you all have been able to establish here is really heartwarming, and I hope we can continue to do that with keeping CASA, the community roots, and I feel included in that, being Asian American here. I think my son has thrived. So I hope we can not be like, little kids and, gotta share and stuff like that. So let's try to communicate and collaborate. Thank you.
Isabella and Nico.
Hello? Oh, hello, my name is Isabella, and I'm Nico. Hi. We've come here to talk about CASA and keeping it because, well, I don't really see a reason of taking away CASA. Like his mom said, it's been working. And, well, it's kind of our home in CASA. And, well, not only that, but
the program leaders who work there have been doing such a good work, and I feel like they're family members because, like, my program leader is Miss Danae, and she is awesome. She, like, her personality, and I don't want to lose program leaders that are working really hard. And well, the parents who can't don't have a babysitter or money to afford a babysitter, leave them at CASA. And well, now that CASA is now leaving, it's kind of like really sad, and it gets me. I also cried like a few days ago because I got emotional. I was like, oh, they're taking away a program that I had since second grade. And well, I really don't want it to go away.
And just like my mom said, like, I'm kind of new here and I used to get bullied and there was problems and they easily got solved. And this program is working, so I think we should keep it and shouldn't take it away. And some parents can't come home in time to pick up their kids from school at 2 or 3, around 2:50. So after program will be perfect. And just like Bella said, we shouldn't take it away because it's been working for the past 20 years.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Antonia Cruz?
Buenas tardes, estoy aquí pidiendo que deje el programa Casa porque yo no sé inglés, yo vengo de una orilla que habla zapoteco, yo soy de Oaxaca y el programa Casa es lo que está ayudando a mi niño con la tarea, con la lectura y todo eso. Y si lo llegan a quitar, pues me voy a quedar ciega en la oscuridad porque no voy a poder ayudar a mi niño y el programa Casa es donde le ayuda con la tarea y aparte tengo un niño discapacitado y le da como ataque de epilepsia y el programa Casa sabe qué hacer con él si dado caso que le agarra y le pido que por favor deje el programa Casa porque eso es lo que nos ayuda mucho. Tengo 3 niños en el programa de Casa y es lo que me está ayudando. Yo soy madre soltera y se imagina de pagar de 3 niños y pues no va a quedar nada para mí y para ellos pues para comprar los gastos de ellos y por eso le pido que por favor la dejen y gracias.
She's so grateful for the program and then she is asking to keep the program. She has 2 children on this program and one of her child he has special needs. He suffers from epileptic attacks and then also if they take away the program she's going to feel in the dark because she is a single mom and it's going to be hard for her to pay for she's not going to have any money if she has to pay for childcare.
Thank you. Melissa? Melissa? Morelos?
Melissa and Alonso Morelos. Oh.
I don't want to take away CASA because my brother's gonna be in Hardy next year. They can help you with homework. Miss Melissa always shows me how to do my homework each day.
Great job.
We need CASA because some parents work very hard to pay some money to work, and CASA make you to learn a lot to go much higher grade.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody. Oh, thank you to everyone who came up to give us public comment. We're now in reports item 11A, Arts and Education Program 22-23.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Lane, Executive Director of the San Diego County Arts Council, and I'm here with my colleague Amanda Tiato, our Director of Arts Education. We want to thank the trustees and Superintendent Sanchez for the opportunity to provide you with a brief report on this year's Arts and Education Program. First, a little bit of background. Oh, here's the speaker. So the San Diego County Arts Council, we're a local arts agency based here in Hollister. We've been around since 2006, and our mission really is to promote, engage residents, all residents in San Diego County through arts, culture, and creativity. We do that through a variety of programs and services. We're really going to focus this evening on our Arts and Education Program, which is our largest program, and the Hollister School District is by far our largest partner on this program. So our Arts and Education Program can kind of be summarized in four main strands. We've been partnering with the district since 2009, and our collaboration has grown substantially over the years. Our intent really is to provide students with a standards-based arts education that is required by law, and we've come in as that partner and content expertise provider for arts. So with that, we do direct programming in the visual and performing arts through daily instruction in classrooms all throughout the district. We provide teacher professional development both to our fantastic team of teaching artists. We have a few here in the front row. There's about 12 of us, or 12 teaching artists total. They do a lot of professional development on social emotional learning, art and healing, and the VAPA standards, and Amanda will go into that a bit more. We also provide arts funding by ourselves applying to private and public funders such as the California Arts Council, which is our state arts agency, and really making sure that we're bringing those state and federal dollars here to the local level. And we're able to match and leverage district funding with these other sources. In addition to that, we have our own grant program, our Arts Express grant program. In this past year, we allocated $8,000 in teacher grants, most of which went to school teachers in your district. Finally, we do a lot of community engagement, outreach, and advocacy. We go up to Sacramento to ask for more arts dollars. We do community outreach and engagement through the County Art Showcase. We work on articles and things like that for Bonita Link to make sure that we're showcasing these fabulous programs and highlighting everything that the students are learning. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda. She'll provide some high-level highlights from this year's program. She'll present some data that we've collected through student and teacher surveys, and we'll conclude with just a brief look at what we're thinking about for next year.
Thank you for having us, Superintendent Sanchez and trustees. It's always a pleasure to come visit you and share all of the great work that happens throughout the year. I've been on site visits for our spring site visits, and it's just very exciting to see all the artwork up, and students are very excited. But it's coming to an end, so we've had lots of hugging and goodbyes, but lots to look forward to for next year. Oh, did I touch something weird? Did I touch something weird? Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. So this year we had a tremendous increase in program offerings for the district. We were so proud to be a part of the partnership to make this happen. TK through 8th grade, every student received visual arts all year long, which is amazing. So each week we deploy 11 teaching artists out into the district, and they serve almost 4,500 students per week in 184 art classes. So, and as you can see here, of the curriculum that we're using in this program is state adopted. It's really culturally diverse. It's adaptable to students with special needs, and of course, with the training that we're doing with our teaching artists, we have that unique focus on art and healing. We really want to be responsive to the needs of students post-COVID. So this year, we also were able to offer a 3rd grade ukulele program to all students in the district. All students in 3rd grade received a 12-week program. We did hear in some survey results, they would love to have that all year. And so the great thing about this program too, it gave students an opportunity to perform and have a culminating experience and show their families what they learned through the program. And so on the photo on the right is open house at R.R. Hardin where they performed for families. The 2nd grade song and dance program was really fun this year, and this is the 3rd grade music program and the 2nd grade song and dance program was our effort and advocacy into really expanding arts programming, and this harkens back to our arts plan that we did before COVID that we're revisiting again. So this same model, 12 weeks of song and dance for every 2nd grader in the district. Here is Olivia Loop, who's here this evening, and she's fabulous and super. It's just a really fun program, and the students are so happy to be out of their seats and moving, and it's a diverse. She brings in a bunch of diverse songs, and this one they were doing movement with scarves, and they were singing to Annie's Tomorrow. So I took a great video that I'll have to show. It's very hopeful. It was a bit of a weepy video because they were so great. So our Cultural Assemblies program is provided to the district through a competitive grant that we received from the California Arts Council. The exciting thing about this program is it's a 2-year grant, so we were able to offer all schools one assembly, but up to 3 assemblies depending on the needs of the school. So if it's a smaller school, they needed 2 to reach the entire school community, or if they needed 3. So then we'll be able to offer the same thing in this fall of 2023 and then in spring of 2024. So, and we'll have different opportunities available for schools to choose. And this year this spring we offered 19 performances happened in the district at 8 school sites. I don't know if anybody got a chance to go out and visit. They were really, really fun. This was a magician, and we had some debatability at the office about whether it was art. Well, I'll tell you what, it was. And he was a celebrity at the end of that performance. The students ran up and hugged him, and they wondered how he could do these illusions. And he was super motivational too. And one student brought his basketball up and had him sign it. And of course, there's a Hollister favorite there, San Jose Taiko. They love our community. They always, shout out to us on social media about how special our community is. So we love bringing them back. As Jennifer mentioned, our Arts Express teacher grants. This was a performance at R.R. Hardin for the open house as well, provided by Arts Express grant funds. They brought in Ballet Folklorico. Hannah Rodriguez provided that, so it was very beautiful. So there's the County Art Showcase. Congratulations to the Hollister School District for implementing this program. About 85% of the artwork was from Hollister School District. And if you had a chance to visit, the quality of the artwork has gone up year after year. So you can really see how the program is building that technical skill. So this is a photograph from the 2021 Summer Arts Program that we did where the culminating project was a mural for every site. Very successful program. We offered that as an opportunity for this year's summer school program. The district decided for a visual arts program, so an exploratory visual arts program, which we're really excited to implement. We're already looking at curriculum. We've got some performances scheduled already for summer, and we're really happy that Olivia is going to be teaching song and dance, and we aim to have her at Calaveras and R.R. Hardin, since those are the schools that need some more support. So I'll run through a bit of the data here, which is always really fun. So we took student surveys and we took classroom teacher surveys. As you see here, this is the student asking the students what are they learning in art class. What I thought was most dynamic about this data here, it represents the fact that students are really digging into the curriculum. You can see, like, I learned about color, shapes, design, elements of art and design, and things like that. But secondary, you see, I'm learning it's okay to make mistakes. I'm learning it's okay to do hard things. I'm learning how to make decisions about my artwork. So you can see that undercurrent of the social emotional learning there and the art and healing practices that are being implemented by our talented teaching artists. How has art helped you deal with how has art helped you deal with these challenges? I just think, schoolwork and tests there is the standout, and they're able to build these skills internally that they can take out into the world. And I'm pretty sure I said this at the last presentation, these skills they'll have for their whole life, and how to cope and how to manage stress. And also, feeling lonely, feeling worried. So these are skills, technical skills that they're learning, but emotional, social emotional skills that they're learning as well. Other thoughts, they're so sweet. The kids always want to share their other thoughts. And some do not like art. They say, I don't like art. And we're like, okay. We talk about that at our staff meetings, how we manage those students, and everybody's like, yes, expression is the opposite of depression. So tell me how you're feeling. So a lot of them, it's, I wish I had art class more. It makes me feel calm. I wish we had it twice a week. So it's great to hear directly from students. So teacher responses here, what benefits did the program offer to students? The standout on this one is designated time for creativity, and I think, teachers are very taxed, and sometimes, they really want to integrate and they want to do these projects, but there's a lot, it's a very high demand, so I think that is a relief for a lot of teachers. It's designated, and they can go in and do that PD, like hands-on right there in the classroom. Social emotional supports are there too. Support for arts integration, we're seeing that year after year, there's more integration happening because of the partnering in the classroom and the collaboration, which is really exciting. Student engagement in school there, and opportunities to learn new art forms. I mean, pastels, they're working with, the kids did model magic this year. It was very, very exciting. I mean, no one could sit down. So we're definitely gonna bring that back next year. So this was interesting. We asked the teachers what support from the district would improve the program, and we asked the same question for the Arts Council, what could we do? And the results were very similar, with really a focus on getting the schedule out early and communicating about the values of the program and the objectives. And so we're thinking about strategies to address that. We're already in discussions about, getting that schedule out early. And we started a principals newsletter this year to really focus on that communication and have ongoing survey results, so that if there's something happening, we can address it immediately and we don't need to wait and have anybody feel frustrated. This was, you always love to see this if it's positive. So this was, would you like to see the program happen again next year? And so you see it's about 80% there in the blue. The red is yes, but with modifications. And then all of the kind of small pieces of the pie there are that feedback. I would like to schedule early. I would like TK to have first access to the schedule. So in the grand scheme of things, it's about 95% yes. So that's great news. It's working, and I love that they're expressing what their needs are here, so that we can address that. Any other thoughts here about design? It's really like, again, same thing: objectives, communication, and in our surveys, we gathered that some of the areas of need for our teaching artists are in classroom management, planning and scheduling, articulating arts objectives, and just standards in general. So we're already planning for a week-long PD for all of our teaching artists this summer around continued education around art and healing. We're bringing down a UCLA facilitator for that, and I might be recruiting some of you, maybe Dr. Myers, to come down and do some chatting with our teaching artists around some of these areas of need, because we really want them to be prepared for next year. And I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Yeah, so as we're looking towards next year, first I want to really acknowledge and thank Superintendent Sanchez, Dr. Myers, Elizabeth Wilson for meeting with us really collaboratively in a true partnership throughout the year to, have this constant, communication and feedback, what's working, what's not working, and how can we continue to build and scaffold this program so it has a deeper and more meaningful impact for students in the district. So as we look towards next year, the big news really is Prop 28, which passed unanimously, in November, which allocates 1% of Prop 98 funds from the state towards arts education, 80% of which has to be used for personnel. So this is, everyone in administration knows this. Hopefully the board has been following this closely. So right now we're all kind of watching to see what is going to be the rollout. When will the district get the funding? What are the restrictions? What's the accountability and reporting? So we're monitoring that too as well. We're in close collaboration with Create California, which is a statewide arts education advocacy organization that really pushed out Prop 28. So we're waiting and seeing. What we want to ensure is that if the funds don't come until the end of next year, that students don't have a gap in learning, that we don't enter 23-24 saying, okay, well, we're not going to do arts ed now because we're waiting for Prop 28 funds. So we would like to continue this partnership with the district, ensure that all students have access to weekly arts education, and then should the district get funding towards the end of next year, we think that's a great opportunity for these new hires to partner with, shadow our teaching artists, and that we can learn together so that we enter 24-25 really strong, and everyone is all set for deeper learning in the arts. So we are working to submit a proposal for next year to continue our TK through 8 visual arts program. As Amanda mentioned, we do have another whole year of funding for cultural assemblies. We'll do a lot of professional development. We are very open and eager to talk about possibilities for add-on after-school arts programming, not as a provider of any kind, direct provider, but really to focus maybe more in the after-school on performing arts, since we're doing a lot of visual arts during the school day. We'll continue to advocate for the arts, to collect data, and then, as Amanda mentioned, we'll be doing PD for our teaching artists, and would really love to open that up to district teachers as well that want to deepen their learning. So I think that's about it for us. Thank you so much for the opportunity as well to present the inaugural Arts Awards. The students were very excited, and we look forward to helping the district build your permanent art collection. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one speaker for the arts program. Stephanie, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. Can you hear me okay? I kind of have a loud voice, so I might have to sit back. So I'm going to greet you just the way I greet all of my students. Hello, friends. How are you doing today? And when I say my students, I have about 600 that I see a week. I teach 22 classes at Rancho Santana this year. I have the entire school, which is very exciting. I actually grew up in the Hollister School District. I moved here in 1989. My mother has been a teacher with the Hollister School District since 1989. She's speech therapist Nancy Denton. So I love this school district. I'm so excited to be a part of it. I actually have been teaching art in the school district for 9 years. So before we launched this arts and education program 4 years ago, I was doing 6-week workshops within classes all throughout the community. Juvenile Hall, San Andreas, I mean, you name it, I've been at every school in this county. I have really and truly found a home at Rancho Santana. I have made lasting relationships with the administration, all of my teachers, all of my students, and I could not imagine going anywhere else. You can see from, like we said, the County Art Showcase, out of the almost 1,800 pieces this year, I had 600 of my students work in there. Along with Rebecca Pearson, she also had about 600. So that's pretty much almost the whole show if you take a look at it, right? You can see my student artwork over here in the office next door. I've got 55 pieces up from students from all across the grade levels. And art is not just a fun time. It it is it's a lot more. It teaches, especially the little people, fine motor skills, problem solving. I always tell my students, you use every single subject that you learn in your classroom in art, and their minds get blown, like, what do you mean, right? And so then I go into about how we use everything that you do in your life has art in it some way, right? Well, the clothes you're wearing, the table you're sitting at, this room, some type of art is in your life every day. And for a change in that, I think after building this program for the last 4 years, it's so exciting, you guys. We went through the pandemic online teaching art, and each year it's been growing, and I would really, really hate to see that change. Like I said, I've made lasting relationships with every single one of my students, and honestly, my goal is to watch them grow every single year. And I would really, really hate to see that change. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 11B, our Hardin Early Literacy Visit. Dr. Colleen Myers. Great job, Dad. Thank you.
I had to clear a room, don't I? All right, so I am so excited just to give you a real quick snapshot of another exciting thing that has happened at RO Hardin. So we had May 4th, we had some very interesting and prestigious visitors come to witness the magic that is going on at Hollister School District. We had the Hunt Institute visit, and they bring together people and resources that inspire and inform elected officials and policymakers to make key decisions in education. They are, we had senators, former governors, we had state superintendents of education, we had private entities, one of which that offered to pay for a PE teacher for RO Hardin. That was so nice, they're not even from our state. So it was really great to have this come together. This is based off the previous visit that they had, and they are there's ripple effects going across the nation as to the good things that are happening here with our early literacy. So they ascended from across the nation. Their quest was to improve early literacy in wherever they came from. It was a two-part visit. They first visited UCSF in the Neuroscience Center. We've talked about, or you may have heard about, the reading screening, early literacy screening that UCSF is designing. We have 3 school sites that are participating in this research, and it's quite fascinating. I went with Superintendent Sanchez, and we walked the campus at UCSF, and after we saw llamas at recess, then we went in and toured the labs and got to see how the parts of a brain, an actual brain that was sliced and whatnot. The visitors did that tour. They also had Chartwell, which we have partnered with in the past and have a continuation partnership with them. They had a panel discussion with Chartwell. And then their second day on May 4th was to visit RO Hardin. So to see the early literacy, Orton Gillingham, and science of reading strategies in practice. So that was our course. We went to the neuroscience campus, we went to the research lab, then they came to the science lab, and then finally the next day at RO Hardin. So it was pretty amazing to have these big private buses pull up in front of RO Hardin and receive 20 or so dignitaries from across the state.
How did we get hooked up?
So through the work with Chartwell and UCSF, so their partnership with the teachers and Lilia at RO Hardin, that's how they came to know. And then Chartwell and UCSF are obviously in the thick of designing they're going to change the name, but it's formerly known as the dyslexia screener. Their presentation included like addressing learning differences, and like how in my particular group, we talked about how left-handed folks need a different, may have a different perspective on things, and so that's important for teachers to understand. Or if there's,
That's why they're smarter than us.
well, I'm not sure about that one, but I can't verify that. But that's how the whole relationship started. And as people are struggling with early literacy, they're seeking like what is happening in our classrooms and who's being effective. So there, May 3rd, we were there at UCSF, and it was pretty chilling to hear our state superintendent, Tony Thurman, say Hollister has great things going on. So I'm so excited and honored for us to have that acknowledgement.
Is this because of the Pathway program?
This is
PATH program?
the PATH. So the Orton Gillingham strategies that Chartwell
Came from Chartwell, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
so right. So the science of reading and all of that.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So the PATH is the publisher piece of it. We also have another school that's using Foundation, so it
Right.
isn't dependent on the publisher. It's more the instructional strategies.
That's Calavera.
Yeah. So so the instructional strategies were demonstrated and witnessed by these visitors, and but they were also educated as to the multitudes. That's the early literacy screener that is in development. It's quite fascinating to see how they're developing a screener that is not language dependent, because oftentimes, as a kindergarten teacher, I knew, well, I don't know if it's second language. When I taught at Gavilan Hills, I don't know if they don't know English. I don't know if they don't know Spanish. I don't know, what they know.
The Indian dialect.
Or any of the others, right? So this is, and they're developing this assessment in multiple languages. I mean, the Bay Area has 172 different languages, so they're desperate to assess what does a student really know and how is their processing going to impact their future reading success. So I had to include that little picture right there with Superintendent Sanchez and Tony Thurman. Such an honor. So the 10 states that were represented, we had Alabama, Arizona, California, Indiana, Minnesota, Massachusetts, North Carolina, North Dakota, West Virginia, and Wyoming.
Sounds like a song.
I know, well, there is a song. I'm trying to resist from singing a kindergarten song that goes through all 50 states, but I'll spare you today.
Okay.
And there's a picture off to the right there of all the folks that came, and it was so fantastic just to see. We had our own county superintendent attend, and so she participated. We welcomed Trustee Toasty attended and got to see the festivities, and it was fantastic. It's just really affirming that we're working hard, our teachers are making a difference. And then there was a panel that was provided so that that questions could be asked of our visitors as to sustainability and implementation and whatnot. So we had an intervention teacher, a classroom teacher, the site administrator, and then a district administrator. That was moderated by Barb Nemko. She's the county superintendent in Napa. She wants her whole county to look like what we're doing at our schools here. So pretty encouraging. So memories within the classroom: intervention teacher, teachers, instructional assistants, and volunteers used Orton Gillingham strategies. That's what they demonstrated. Students were learning and oozing with confidence. I think, I'm not sure if Kathy was there, but one little girl, wait, I haven't shown you how smart I am. Well, that's great, isn't it? I mean, you have a little first grader, that was a common thing. Yeah,
awesome.
It is, isn't it? And how the visitors were just floored that these kindergartners were, like, oh, is this first grade? No, these are kinders. Oh my gosh, and the first grader is looking like second graders, and very impressive, so impressive. And then consistency of implementation across grade levels, how every single team, every room that we went in had the same thing going on. So great. And then the maximization of time and resources. So
what's awesome about this is Erica and I saw this in September? And it was the same. Everybody was doing the same thing at the same time.
Right.
And here you're seeing it May 4th.
Yep.
And everybody was doing the same thing at the same time.
Right.
Isn't that awesome?
It's awesome. It's almost, I think, statements like, this is really so simple. You know, like we've overcomplicated things over the years, and this just really has simplified it. I mean, it is routine ad nauseum, but it builds confidence in our students. They know what to
Kids can
expect.
count on it.
They know that there's going to be something
But their
that is
expectations
coming,
are-
a little bit harder. I'm going to keep moving,
That's right.
and the progression is so. It's fantastic. So then you have little girls saying, wait, hey, I need my 15 minutes of fame. So it was really exciting. Now behind the scenes, we express that site admins support the system. They, at all possible costs, they protect that intervention system if they're shorted on staff or whatnot, and let the teachers do their thing because they're the experts and the instructional aides, a key piece to that. The tenacious team collection of analysis and data, and how that can occur weekly, monthly, hourly. It's just a comprehensive understanding of where students are so we don't have one slip through the cracks. And then district office supporting the system, resources and staffing. You know, I think that that's a continuation of everything that we have.
How much PD is involved and who's involved in the PD?
So we have, this past year on DWC days, we had PAF every Thursday, every DWC day, and it was open to anybody who wanted to come. And so we had instructional aides attend, we had special ed teachers attend, we had our intervention teachers, our most experienced teachers attend, and it was a nice resource for them to take on by choice. So it was really good feedback, and now I have their Summer Institute is coming out, so there I'm getting requests, can I please go? And well, if you're not gonna pay me, then I'm still gonna go. I'll try to pay you if I can. So that's really great. It doesn't take a whole lot because it's not complicated. It's very simplistic,
no
it's
fancy
very structured.
machines.
Right. The manuals are very clear, scripted, and then it's just a routine implementation. So moving forward, I have spoken to the Chartwell. We're going to have a modeling and coaching component. We're going to then grow into the middle grades so that our upper grades have that support too. And really looking forward to it. So we'll be doing that as like a monthly kind of schedule too. It seems that the gradual release of information and practice is helpful because it's not like a sit and get, and then by the time you get to classroom, now you're worried about your border instead of what I just spent 8 hours learning. And so I think that that's a good model. We'll try and move forward with that. So not a whole lot, but I absolutely don't want to hinder anybody that's interested in it. I want to make sure I can provide that. It's good. So future HSE destinations. There was a short layover, a period of rest and waiting before a further stage in the journey. We're going to be broadening, increasing the reach of intervention to all students in the district-wide. I have the very last schedule. Every single campus, elementary school, will be doing a model, much like R.O. Hardin and Sunny Slope and Sarah Vista. We've addressed the equity issue at HDLA, so now they can have an English and a Spanish model going in PAF. We're going to be strengthening, we're going to design an MOU with Chartwell, extending into middle school grades, which you already knew about, and then developing, knowing more and learning about learning differences and how to accommodate them. So I think it kind of got off to the wrong foot when it was called a dyslexia screener because it was very clinical. But the learning, when you see the research and the presentation put on by UCSF for multitudes is called a screener, it's very intriguing, and teachers are like, oh yeah, this is, if you're a primary teacher, you totally relate to it. You can see how we'll identify processing. So we're going to be growing. Current campuses, our Sunny Slope, Sarah Vista, and Calaveras have a strong program. They're going to be working with the addition of the TOSAs they'll be able to extend their reach and consistency into early literacy. But then moving to HDLA, Lad Lane, and Rancho Santana, we'll have that structured. They'll be able to implement. There's obviously a strong support system. I meet with the intervention teachers every month, so we can, I just show up and say, what do you need? And, they have a strong structure of what they need and a sense of where they need to go. So those TOSAs are really going to help, and then once we have the Prop 28 TOSAs, that will be an additional support to intervention and outreach to students, so we'll be able to reach them even deeper. And
So Maze and Rancho,
so they have, Maze has like Hawk time or Hawk support. So I just spoke with Daniel Romero about that today, and so that will be built into that. When we do this Chartwell agreement, we'll have that. They can't do obviously a push-in model with the whole grade level. So we're in middle school is obviously different. So we're going to be working with the two new administrators at those sites and making sure that they have that, and it's going to be implemented. Yeah. Yep, we don't leave anybody out. So, African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And now we're all together. We're all in the same Science of Reading and Norton Gillingham boat. We're rowing. And just want to put in there that just some final notes. The voice of one teacher was heard at R.O. Hardin, who spoke up and said, I think this is something that we need to do. And the experience of a team at another site was revolutionary. Those came together, and now when the people came together, they dismantled learning barriers, and we're seeing that at R.O. Hardin and other sites as well. But R.O. Hardin in particular, because their performance data has always been room for improvement, and so it was reported to us in the fall, 68% of kindergartners couldn't read, 26% knowing some letters and sounds, 22% first and kinders at grade level, 2% were above grade level. In the spring, so 1 year later, only 3 kinders were still did not know their letter names and sounds. That's amazing. 58% of the kindergartners are at grade level. That's amazing. And 38 are above grade level. That's fantastic.
That is really
33% of first and kinders are at grade level, with 16% above, and 55% of all students have shown growth.
So this is all Gen Ed, this is just Gen
Ed. I'm not sure if her data included her sped classes. I can't speak to that. Okay. Yeah, I think these are just the students within those cohorts. Yeah. And I'm not sure, I can't speak to the mainstream that occurs there. Any questions? Any amens?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is 11C, HSD Multilingual and English Learner Annual Update. Contact person is Jennifer Miller.
Here I am. Hello.
Hi.
Rocking it. Oh boy, here I am. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Trustee Marks and Martinez and Perez and Christ and Toasty and Superintendent Sanchez for letting me come up and do this presentation with you this evening. This is the HSD Multilingual and English Learner Annual Update. I'm Jennifer Miller, the EL Coordinator and also Student Accountability for the district. So let's go ahead and jump in and get started. So one of some of the topics I'll be covering tonight are our current data for English learners, reclassification report, some initiatives that we have going on right now, and a little update on the English Learner Master Plan. So before we jump off here, I did want to let you know that some of the language is going to be a little bit different. So when you're usually looking at the data, especially as you're pulling it off from any of the websites that the state is going to report on, they call our students English learners. But we're changing that language because English learner indicates that these students need to learn something. These students are coming to us with more than one language. They have an asset. And so switching our language and the way that we refer to them to something that's more of an asset-based language implies that these students are coming to us with more than just needing something. They also have something. They're multilingual, they're bilingual, sometimes they're trilingual. And so throughout this report, you're going to see the word multilingual meaning the same thing as English learner. So let's go into our first multilingual report. Here's what we look like right now for the Hollister School District, or the breakdown of our English learners. So we have 3.8% of our students, this is our current school year, are initial fluent students, meaning that when the parents registered them for school, they indicated a language other than English spoken at home. The student took a test, which is called the LPAC, the Initial English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. It was the initial version of it. The student scored at a level high enough to indicate that the student did not need extra support in language. So that's what the initial fluent are. That's always a very small percentage of students. Then we have our English learners, which make up 30.9% of the students within our district. We have 7.5% of the total population is reclassified, and 57.8% are English-only students. Put together, and if I take those reclassified students and I take my English learners and I put them together, those are all of the students that have ever been an EL, meaning within their lifetime career, at one point they were designated as an EL. So let's dive into what that EL data looks like. EL or multilingual data, but when you're looking at something from DataQuest, and every time you look at it from DataQuest, it is going to come across this way. So as you glance down this report, what I'd like you to do is start with the first column that has EL 0 through 3 years, because that means how many years the students are within the Hollister School District, or however many years they're in within our school district. And so when you look at that data, you're going to see kinder, first, second, even up to third grade, those numbers are going to be pretty high. And then they start to come down as they're going into higher grades, because those would be students that are just entering. So it's supposed to be heavy at the bottom, lighter at the top. Going into the second column, you'll see ALs in third and fourth grade. 3, 4, and 5 years in our program, excuse me. About that time, our students are ready to reclassify. So generally speaking, a student would be ready to reclassify after 4 to 6 years of being in our program. 6 years being one of the numbers that they look at targeting most. And so as you look at those numbers, you start to see that, okay, they start to climb and then they decline in that section of it. And then if you look over the column one more to ELs for 6+ years in our program, you'll notice that there are none, of course, in the lower grades, and then those numbers climb up in the upper grades. And those students that you're seeing in that column are what we call the LTEL students. So they're long-term English learners. Those are our students that have been in our system for more than 6 years and have not yet met the reclassification requirements. And so that's a big focus for us, and to have, yes?
How does this take into account dual language students?
The dual language students are actually within this data. So what we don't have here is, and that's a really good question. What we don't have here is Spanish learner data. And so whenever we are talking about the Dual Language Academy, we usually only talk about what the scores look like in English. We're only looking at half the picture and half the day of what the students are doing. At this point, in this presentation, I'm just focusing on this, but I would love to focus on that too, because I've done quite a bit of research in that area for that school. Well, what would we would need, okay, so we have the LPAC, we would need like the SLELPAC or something, the Spanish language assessment for California that we could give them, but so what we have done, this takes us kind of on a little bit of off the trajectory or what we're talking about right now, but I just want to answer it a little bit. So at the Dual Language Academy, what we've done this year is we've had all of the students that are not taking the science assessment take the Spanish assessment. So there's a California Spanish assessment that's actually part of the CASP assessment system. Or it's not a Smart or Balanced, but it's within that same package. And so those students took the test. We didn't have the third graders take it because we didn't want to over test them. Fourth grade took it, fifth grade took the science, sixth and seventh took the Spanish, eighth grade took the science. So we have 3 different grade levels that took the Spanish this year, which lets us really get an idea of how they're progressing in that Spanish language as well?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for asking that question. I don't think I've ever had a board member ask me a question about that before. I've seen a question like that. So, so this is data, again, back to this data. So this is this year's data. And then if you look at the overall numbers for Hollister, you will see that we have a total of about 2,385. Every else, San Benito County has about 4,652, and the state of California is a little over 2 million students that are ever ELs. Yes, Trustee Martinez.
I had circled, your third column, the EL 6+ years, and just noticing how many we have in that column, and especially the 6th grade. We have less in the first year, right? But we just have a lot of LTELs. And what are we doing to work on those kiddos to, by the time they get into high school, they're not, because they still see some of those students and they continue to struggle into high school.
Trustee Martinez, that's another great question. I promise she's not a plant. I didn't put her there and ask her to ask that question, but I am going to be answering a lot of those questions in this presentation, so I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and go through, and then when we get to the end, if there's something you still want to know, we'll go ahead and get to that, because what you're asking is exactly what I think as I'm looking at this data and exactly kind of what I built into it, because those are the same questions I ask. How do we send these students off? What are we doing for them to build up that language capacity so that they are successful, they have successful futures and they meet reclassification. So let's see, so let's go jump out. This is this year's data, by the way, so we're going to jump into the next screen, and I'm going to take you back in time, which I love that Dr. Myers had the road theme in her presentation as well, because I feel like we're all feeling like we're traveling down a road here. And I want to take you back in time and give you a little history on the LPAC, which is the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California. And for those of us that have been around for a while, I see Pam Little in the audience, and so she knows about this. She was back in the day when we used to give this test. It had a whole entire different name, and now it's called the LPAC, and it really hasn't been around for that long, so we started giving it in 2017. February 1st of 2018 actually was the first year that we gave the LPAC. It became operational. In 29, the initial LPAC became operational, and we gave the LPAC for the second year. In the third year, we canceled the LPAC because of COVID. So 2019-20, it was canceled and schools went to remote instruction. In 2020, 2021, we had what I call the hybrid LPAC, because we had students that were learning at home, we had students that were learning at school, we made appointments to meet with them, we tested them online, we tested them in school, we tested them anywhere we could find them. And if there's Patricia was in the room right now, Patricia Martinez, she would get a twitch thinking about all of the testing that she had to do that year and how difficult it was. And then in 2021-22, that's when I came aboard. That was last year. It was much easier. Students were back in session, but they were in session, but not all of them were in session, because there was that great RISE program. And so there were students that not only were in that, but there were also independent studies and students home on contract and whatnot. So it was a little bit of an off year. And then we have this year. This year's green, and it has a target on it because we got back on target this year with testing. We've got back on target with just about everything in terms of this assessment piece of it and where we want to go with English language learners. So we're kind of getting our feet back into where we want to be on more solid ground for sure. And then if you look down at the bottom, I just had to also mention that CASP has had an interesting little history too. So our CASP has been going along and then was canceled for 2 years in a row. So we didn't see any CASP testing for 2019-2020 or 2020-21. So then we have that to put into the equation, as well as when CASP came back. It came back as an adjusted blueprint, which is a shorter version of the CASP. So it takes about half the time for the students to do the CASP, and the scores today aren't necessarily the same scores as what we saw in 2018-19. So with all of that information, I just want you to have that history and that context before I go on to the next slide and we talk about what our results are going to look like. So what we're looking at is when we talk about results for our students, we're looking at our last year's scores, and our last year's scores are that 21, 22, I call interrupted attendance year, and those were regular LPAC scores. They are the LPAC that were given after kind of a year of coming back from COVID, as well as using that adjusted blueprint CASP that they took. And another thing before we look at scores, I want to look at how we look at the scores. So when we're looking at LPAC scores, and I'm not sure if how many are you aware of how the LPAC works or how many levels there are for it? Okay, good. So the LPAC has 4 levels. So you have 1, 2, 3, and 4, 4 being the highest level you can have on the LPAC. And so with most tests, you would think you would score from 1 to 2 would be progress. From 2 to 3 is progress, and 3 to 4 is progress. But with the LPAC, they actually slice 2 of the levels. So if you make it from 1 to 2 low, it's considered progress. From 2 low to 2 high, it's progress. From 2 high to 3 low, it's progress. So you can see that there are 2 ways to indicate progress. So when you're looking this up on any of the federal and California websites for progress, you'll see this chart called the ELPI, which is the English Language Progress Indicator. And progress for our students is indicated either by making 1 growth or that 1/2 skip between those 2 levels. So of that, our students, let's see, this is kind of hard for me to read from over here, but we had 24.4 decreased at least 1 level that year. I'm going to say that year because I want to put you back in context of where we are. We're looking at last year. We had 29.7 maintained level 1, 2 low, 2 high, 3 low, and 3 high. We had 38.3 that progressed at least 1 level. And then we have 7.6 that maintain level 4. So for me, when I look at that, I look at those bottom 2 numbers and I say, okay. We had 45.9% of our students who progressed or maintained at a level 4. That's what we want to look at, okay? So then, at that 45.9% comes up, actually, when you're looking at the dashboard, it comes over there too. And you see that we were kind of right in line with the state there with our scores. So we were a little bit below them. We were at 45.9. They were at 50.3. That doesn't make me too happy. I like winning. But we'll work on that. But we were right there on that level. So we're right gauging ourselves kind of where they are. And then I take that and I break it down a little bit more for you. And we look at how it was at all of the schools at this time. Now, when you're looking at the data for all of the schools, what you see statewide is that the schools are at very low, low, and medium. And we have some outliers. We actually had 2 schools in the Hollister School District that performed high, and 1 school in the Hollister School District that performed very high. And I can't say enough, I can't speak enough to the amazing performance that's been done and the incredible work that's been done by Mays and Rancho as well this year with what they did. They're fully committed programs to constructed meaning, and they've been working in so many areas for their students, and it really shows this data to see a school that's very high, it's very unusual. So I wanted just to kind of pull that to your attention, because what we're looking at statewide, for us to see the very low, low, and medium, that's our baseline. That's kind of what everyone is looking at coming out of these years, except for these 2 programs. So before I go on, did you have any questions for me?
No, just great kudos for the staff, the teachers, the EL teachers especially. Oh my gosh, them being vocal and asking, this is what we need, this is where we need support for our kids, and it relating to now, the proof of all that hard work and their dedication is amazing.
Well, but it also makes sense. I mean, here, if you're looking at Mays and Rancho, you're looking at kids that are 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So these kiddos down here, they're learning, they're moving on up, but they're still learning. Whereas, because it's really usual to see, like, we used to look at diagonal data in middle school, and when they come in and we'd look at them at 6th grade, 7th grade, and then 8th grade when they would leave us. And they always had a good trajectory. Yes, little. You know, they always had a good one because as they're maturing, you know, you have to look at growth, maturity, all those things play together when they're taking these steps. And yes, I mean, I'm so proud of Rancho and Mays, but we cannot, but it's also the hard work of our other feeder schools, because they also, it's because they're just at that learning, you know, and it's their immaturity, it's all of those things that come into play. And so we would expect our comprehensive middle schools to have those good scores, because it takes the hard work of what's going on in the lower grades.
The low numbers in the Start Vista and our Arden, is that obviously I'm new, I know that there was a reduction in intervention in the last couple of years. Is that also an effect of that intervention being reduced?
So I can definitely speak to why, and I can't even speak to all of the reasons why the middle schools have such high levels of progress for those students, but I cannot answer the question of what happened or why some of our other schools were in the low and very low areas. I can tell you that I'm taking this data as our baseline. Like, this is my starting point. This is coming out. This is us just getting out of all of the stuff we have been through. We are getting the data like we've never seen it before, and it has never been at this level before. And now our job is that climb, that upward climb. Like, how do we get back to where we were? How do we get back to a system that's going to work for our kids? And the exciting part too is being able to build again, you know, and look at what was working. Let's keep that. How about we change this around a little bit? But and so that's all I really can comment about that. I'm going to take us out of the data right now, because now that you have the data, then you have the context for these other pieces that I'm going to be talking about. We're going to jump right into reclassification. So reclassification is the process by which a student is reclassified into English only, or no longer seen as an English learner. So when a student begins school, they fill out a home language survey. On the home language survey, they indicate a language other than English spoken at home. They take the initial LPAC, and it identifies them as needing to have extra services for language, and then the student is provided the extra services until they reach the level of reclassification. It's a good thing because it ensures our students get the services they need in language. In order for someone to reclassify, they have 4 criteria. So the first one is to get that 4 on the LPAC. The second one is to get our local measure, which for us we'll be talking about. The third one is for teacher recommendation, and the fourth is parent consultation, and then it goes through my department, and we reclassify the students. Reclassification matters for our kids. It is so incredibly important for them. So I just want to walk you through a couple of the reasons why students that are reclassified are so well equipped to succeed, not only in school but in life. So reclassified students tend to perform as well, or even outperform their native English speaking peers in academic achievements. I've seen this firsthand over and over again. Reclassified students' language proficiency continues to improve, allowing them to efficiently engage in academic tasks and social interactions. This as well. I have seen reclassified students have been found to have higher rates of high school graduation and pursue post-secondary education, including college or vocational training, at levels comparable to their English proficient peers. And reclassification is important for compliance with Title III, but more than anything, for me, the ultimate goal is to ensure our students have the language tools and knowledge for academic success. That's what we want for them. So we're not just trying to get them, let's just get them reclassified. Let's just get them reclassified. It's more than that. It's more than that. Let's make sure these kids are set up to be successful, and then they're part of our community. And so that's what I envision when I'm thinking about what I want for our English learners. Multilinguals. Now, let's go ahead and jump into our next slide. I'm going to take you through another history lesson here. So reclassification, just like the LPAC, has gone through some twists and turns over the last couple of years, as you can imagine. So reclassification in the year of 2019-20, when schools closed, was based on LPAC scores from the year 2018-19 and SBAC scores from 2018-19. But in 2020-2021, after those two tests were canceled, we had to go way back still to the 18-19 scores to reclassify anyone. Well, by that point, there weren't very many other students to reclassify, so the state came up with the new guidelines and they called it the conditional reclassification. And conditional reclassification allowed us to create our own measure. So we still had to look at those LPAC 4s, but create our own measure for that second criteria, which we use the STAR for. And then the next year, we went ahead and gave the LPAC as, and continue, actually we continue with the conditional reclassification. And finally, this last year have been on with the regular LPAC, regular reclassification process. So our reclassification has taken a couple turns, and our current reclassification process looks just like this. Again, it's a road, so we have two different kinds. Because we have different sorts of students, we need to make sure that our reclassification process is equitable for all students, so we know that everyone can't meet the reclassification criteria if they have an IEP or they have a special need. So this year, I really wanted to put this front and center in our process so that our teachers and everyone in the community is aware there is a general reclassification process and there's an alternate reclassification process. So our general process is going to be the LPAC 4. You have your CAS score of nearly met is where ours is right now, teacher recommendation, and parent consultation. If you have an IEP and you're mild, your RSP, you're a mild student, then that would be determined by your IEP team. So that would be your first thing that would happen is your team would decide what levels you need to make on your test or what the expectations were for you to reclassify. If you're mod severe, you would take a test called the alternate LPAC, which is a completely different LPAC exam. Also assesses the language without some of the writing and the reading requirements. And a student would need to score a 3 on that. Then step 2 for them would be the alternate reclass worksheet. Teacher recommendations for step number 3, and then step number 4 would be the team meeting, including the parent, where everyone agreed for the reclassification. So we have 2 different kinds of reclassifications that we look at here. And then here comes our data now. I want to remind you that our goal is 10%. So the way you have it written out in the LCAP there, Dr. Myers, is that our students are to get to 10% every year. Okay, so we have 2018 when everything was normal, okay, and we had 10.9, so we just made it. And then 2019 everything fell apart, so we have 6.8%, and then 2020 there was no LPAC with 7.9%. We were trying to do the reclassifications from the year before, and then we had 2021 and we had 8.1%. 2022 we had 5%. I don't agree with that number entirely. But you can see how the numbers, look at that, they start to go down and down and down and down. And what do we have? I call it the bottleneck. So we had sort of a traffic jam there, because the numbers are showing the kids aren't reclassifying, but we know they're there. We know they can do it, and they might not be right there, but we know they're close to it. So when I looked at this, I knew part of my job was going to be to relieve the bottleneck. Starting to think of myself as working on a freeway here. How can I make another lane for the traffic to flow through? Yeah, and it really was like it was a study in systems. It was a study in systems, and how do you get things to flow? How do you get the communication out there? And how do you work this so that we can get these kids to where they need to be when they're making it, or so that they can make it? One of the things we did was purchase a program called Elevation, which really allowed me to hone down on the data, and that helped so much, and it was incredible, because just through that program, which Elevation is called Elevation, it just focuses on the needs of language learners, and so the whole entire program is just about them, and it lets me look at every single aspect of it and share that out with the principals and whatnot. And just through that, I actually embedded it with the reclassification process, so that from my desk, I can send a letter to a teacher to ask them to recommend a student for reclassification, which, by the way, if you're a teacher watching this, there's the camera. If you're a teacher watching this and you have anything in your mailbox from Elevation, please go and open it up and recommend the student. But that has helped me tremendously, because now I'm no longer sending things out and asking the principals in their busy schedules to help out with that. Now I'm able to handle some of it from my office right here. So what does that look like for this year alone? So just for this year, we have 205 students that have met the reclassification criteria. So we've made our 10%, we're at 11.3% so far this year. So the kids have done amazing. They've done amazing. And the schools are doing incredible. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what the schools have been doing, because they've been doing a good job too. And we're getting to that point. Like I said, we were at a baseline, and that baseline was pretty low. And we've got some climbing out to do. So 11.3 is great, but I think we can do even better. I really do. So our 2023 reclassification types, this chart makes me very happy, because when you look at this chart, you see we have 156 students that went through the general reclassification process, but we have 45 that went through the alternate reclassification. So teachers are starting to use the alternate reclassification. They're getting those kids in the middle school. They might have an IEP, they're in SPED. They have been classified an English learner their whole entire life with no way of being able to reclassify ever until we really got this process started. So our SPED teachers have been doing a great job with getting these students highlighted and finding them and then reclassifying them. But there's more. There is more. So tonight, well, before I even talk about tonight, I can say scores got released 2 weeks ago. And I couldn't believe it when I saw them, because the scores are looking really great. They're looking phenomenal. So, and they're still coming out. So every Friday I get more scores. And I've only shared one report with the principals. I thought, okay, I'll just wait like only every week, and I'll send them the score report so they can see how their kids are doing, because everything's trickling out right now. And even our CAS scores are supposed to come out early. So we're going to get data like we've never had. We were data drought people for like 2 years. And I know I look over at Dr. Myers, because everyone's asking us at the beginning of the year for scores, and we didn't have them. And now the year's not even over and we have scores. We can use those to create classes. There's so much you can do with that data right now. It's perfect. But we have those 40 students that we had here. 40 students, 40 8th grade students, 8th graders, which means that is 40 students that are going to go to the high school that do not need to take ELD classes.
So
that is 40 students that were long-term English learners that have now reclassified. But more important than that, those are 40 students that are on the right path. That's where we want them. And Joanne Kaplansky, when I called her and I was like, you know, Joanne, we're going to be sending you about 70. She said, I can't believe that. That's never been done. She's like, that's amazing. So we're actually sending the high school fewer English learners than we have sent them in a long time. So not only are we coming out, we're coming out like fast. I'm like, don't crash. But we are definitely coming out. We're working really hard. And I tell you, a lot of it just has to do with systems. It has to do with systems. And I talk about these 40 students because I'm so proud of them. But I didn't mention the 151 3rd through 7th graders that have also scored a 4. Yeah. So that means I have my work cut out for me next year. I have my work cut out for me. And if you're a teacher watching, check your Elevation account, because I don't want to wait until the middle of next year to start reclassifying these kids. They need to reclassify now. So I'm going to start sending out the letters now so that the teacher that's most familiar with them this year makes a recommendation. And when I get those CAS scores and they qualify, next year I've got the package and I'm ready to go. As well as those scores go straight over to Joanne Kaplansky at the high school. So if they don't make it here, she picks them up and she takes them there, and she already has that recommendation from the teacher and she knows what to do. So that is my update on reclassifications. Do you have any questions? I get excited, I forget to breathe. All right, let's talk a little bit about some initiatives. So, so the initiatives that are coming out of my department address the needs of our multilingual learners. And the first thing I do when I look at initiatives or anything that I want to do for the department is I always make sure that it's aligned to our vision and our mission, because that's who we are, that's who we say we are, that's our aspirations, who we want to be. We want to empower students and staff. We want community partners so everyone is supported to reach their full potential. Our mission pulls out that we want kids to be challenged and inspired. Our vision says we want safe, diverse environments. So when I think about what we put together for our students, I make sure that somehow it's supported by the words that come from you, as well as what I find that I want for our students when my findings working with my groups. So I have been working with the DLAC parents. You met one of them tonight. I've been working with students in the classroom, and I have been working with an English Learner Master Plan Committee. And we have also created a vision just from my department of what we want to see for our students. In our vision, the blue represents the things that were pulled out from the DLAC parents. Parents want their kids to have access. They want them to be multilingual. They want them to feel valued. They want them to feel like they can participate in everything. They don't want to hear that their kids are sitting down in a seat and don't have anything to do because the teacher doesn't know what to do with a newcomer or with them because they don't speak the language. Our teachers want to know that the students are supported, engaged, they want them challenged, and they're really focused on the academics. And do you know what the kids want? The kids just want to be valued. They just want to go to school and be happy. All of the classes I went to, they said about the same thing, which surprised me. And we adopted a little bit from the English language, the English Learner Roadmap, because all of the groups I spoke to agreed with that. So my multilingual learner vision is multilingual learners are valued, supported, engaged, and challenged in all academic areas with meaningful access and participation in all curriculum that ensures they're attaining high levels of English proficiency, mastery of grade level standards, and opportunities to develop competence in multiple languages. Okay? So that's what drives me, and that's what's behind the initiatives coming out from this department. The first one is constructed meaning. Constructed meaning is is part of a partnership that we have with EL Achieve, and they are an incredible program that has done a week-long training with our teachers on how to do integrated ELD. This program right now is in our TK schools and will include our Hardin and AAA. It is for 5th through 8th grade teachers, and they go through this whole entire constructed meaning training. Last year was the first year that we pulled them into the program. Our middle schools have been doing constructed meaning for almost 5 years now, and almost everyone in the program is trained, and some of them have gone through the training twice, and now many of them are becoming our trainers for the district. Nice. So not only is the program providing this for us, but we are building our own competence with this program so that we have our own trainers built within our own system. The needs that this one addresses is that it's language support embedded in the core curriculum, so every teacher can use this. So if you're a PE teacher, you can be trained in this. No matter what your subject is, you can use this to support our students. This especially supports our long-term English learners in all classes, and it's aligned with our vision. Students are engaged and challenged in all academic areas with meaningful access and participation in the curriculum, because this ensures that all of our students, no matter what their language ability, have access to the curriculum. For all of those Mission Achieve teachers out there, for all those constructed meaning teachers out there, I just want to say much appreciation to you for being part of this program, because it has had an incredible effect on our students. And I think that this is one of the pieces that really helped them achieve those LPAC 4 scores. The other program that we have is another EL Achieve program. I mean, it's another, EL Achieve. It's called Mission Achieve. EL Achieve and Mission Achieve. EL Achieve is the company. Mission Achieve is the name of the program. It's an after-school intervention program. It's an ELD program for our students that are at risk of becoming LTELs. So they're not LTELs yet, but they're right there, getting ready for it. So it focuses on 4th and 5th graders. And it's 3 days a week after school for 2 hours, and the students go in. The teachers also get a 5-day training. They have an instructional aide in the program with them. Their IA or their instructional aide is also fully trained in this program. So both of them as a team are trained to support the students in their language acquisition. And this is another really successful program and incredible work that was done by our teachers who stayed after school 3 days a week to teach this program. And they really put in a lot of effort and time to make this work for our students. And this one is ensuring that we're attaining high levels of English proficiency. So that's what we're really focusing on here, and that our multilinguals are supported. One of the things that it really looks at too is how to help students with writing, which is one of the deficit areas for most of our kids, because if you know English learners, they can speak all day. You would never think that someone you're speaking to was going to score in a level 2 or 3, but then when they take a test like the LPAC, it's the writing that holds them back. So this program has been incredibly helpful for us to focus on just those students and give them that special time in the classroom. Now, all the other initiatives that I'm working on right now were November 1st, we did a professional development, which included structured student talk, benchmark ELD, and how to use the program Elevation that I told you about before, which is very helpful. That was a teacher focus. Our administrators, who have been incredible, have joined me for a 3-day training on how to support students and for English learners. They have done walkthroughs with me. We have looked at research together. We look at our student data together. I've also shared with them slide presentations called Structured Student Talk. So I give them packages that they can just take into a staff meeting and use right there. So it's aligned with my mission, my vision, and it's aligned with our program, and they don't have to do, not that they don't have to do anything because they have to present, but I give them the material so that they don't have to make their own slide presentation, that they have something that's part of our district initiative, our alignment, and I know that all of the schools can use it to support them, and many of them took advantage of that. Elevation has been amazing. So Elevation, my goodness, the reclassifications, I could have done it myself. I was doing it myself with the spreadsheets, and you can, but Elevation made it so much easier. And then I could not have been able to send out the forms for teachers to complete had it not been for Elevation. So that helped. That was a game changer for me. And not only that, because not just about reclassification, we need to track our kids. We need to know how they're doing. We need to follow their results. So a student might reclassify, but are they really doing okay? How do we know? We need to monitor them. Our English learners, are they learning? Are they progressing? Are they making the levels, the progress they're supposed to make? If they're not, what are we going to do, and how do we know? So that program alone really gives me the tools I need to be able to track, as well as our administrators to track what's going on at their school site and then respond to the needs of those students. And then we also have other programs. So we had some teachers come in this year, and they were really asking for some help with their newcomers and wanted to know what to do. So I've done quite a bit of research on that area too, looking at what did other districts do, reaching out to other schools, other places that are strong in this area, as well as getting some pilots going. So we piloted some programs this year to help our teachers with our newcomers. And so one of them was Lexia English. We piloted Brain Pop. I purchased some programs called Hello Newcomer Program, which is actually part of our Benchmark Advance. It's for newcomers. It helps with that primary language in the first couple months of school. So all of these programs are really helping to build up our program and give our teachers the support that they need and our students the support that they need. And it's a good place to be right now. I plan to keep going, but that's where we are right now. So my future plans, my future plans are that all 4th through 8th grade HSD teachers will be trained in constructed meaning by 2025. I want all HSD teachers trained in and using integrated ELD to support language learning for multilinguals. I want to bring a program called Learning How English Works for all K-3 programs, and that's brought by, that's in collaboration with the San Benito County Office of Education. I want to continue our systematic ELD program, establish clear guidelines for the alternate reclassification so that our SPED teachers are supported and they understand exactly how to reclassify, and so do our teachers and students. I want to work with middle schools to develop ELD programs that incorporate electives, please, because our middle school kids, they get put in ELD and they feel like they're stuck. But if we have ELD curriculum and ELD classes that are aligned with some of the electives that the kids have, then the engagement level's up there, but we can still be focusing on those language needs that they want, that we have to focus on. I want to build robust support systems for teachers with newcomers so that if a teacher gets a newcomer in their classroom, they know what to do and the supports are there and provided for them, and create a clear, efficient, and supportive process for ELs and RFEP students to be monitored and for us to follow up on that. And then finally, I want to build our parent communication and information system so that a parent never has to say, how does my student reclassify, or why was my student classified an English learner? They understand that because it's in our system and it's clear and easy to understand. So that is what I'm going to be working on. That's my future plan. I have to remember to breathe. Okay, so let's go ahead and go on to my fourth little project, my fourth little baby I've been working on, and that is my multilingual English learner master plan, which has been, oh my goodness, it's quite a document, and I can't wait to show it to you, but it's not ready yet. It's 10 chapters, and the 10 chapters are now complete, and they are now under revision. So this was a work of me with a committee, and meeting with students, and meeting with parents, and then using what was already made, because we already had an English learner master plan, but it needed to be revised because it was 10 years old. So it was been a collaborative effort with teachers, administrators, and community members. I just shout out to everyone that was part of that committee, that was part of the English Learner Master Plan committee. They were incredible and gave me so much insight to what's going on campuses and the classrooms, and really helped with invaluable information to push us forward to a document that I believe is going to serve us for the next 5 to 10 years. So I'm excited to be able to share this with you. It's going to be our guiding document for all procedures and practices pertaining to multilingual learners. And here's some pictures so you can see the collaborative process, not just adults in the classroom, but I went out to the kids and I talked to the kids because I needed to hear from them, what they saw, what they wanted. These are some of the kids from one of our Mission Achieve classes, those students that are at risk of becoming ELTELs. And so they also had a lot to share about what they want for their program and what they want for their education. And then the English Learner Master Plan has also been reviewed by the County Office of Education, who has been helping me through this process as well. I've reached out to them and worked with Javon, who has also been very, very supportive throughout this whole entire process, and now has decided to use the template for this English Learner Master Plan for every school within San Benito County. So not only will it be the Hollister School District Master Plan, but it will also be a form of it, a template of it, like stripped down, and they're going to put in their own information, but this exact format will be used for everyone, because our work that we're doing should be together. The work that we're doing should be a team collaboration and something that we can all use, and not just for one. It's all for one. And in the end, the reason why we do that is because it serves them all. Because we're here to achieve academic success for all of our students.
Yep.
And I have this fantastic with what's been going on. And I think there's just one thing in your presentation.
Yeah.
There's just one thing in your presentation that it should be noted and is missing, is that it takes a whole school to make this happen, the climate. You know, a child needs to feel safe, from the janitor to the secretaries to the health clerk, to all the staff. For them to achieve the way they have achieved all of this growth comes from everybody at that school site.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And it's the positive, warm feelings, the safety that children feel, that all comes together to make it work for the child to be able to achieve the way they have. And that probably should be in the report somewhere, because that's exactly why those schools have done what they have done and why those children have succeeded.
Are you talking about a few schools in particular, or?
No, I think it's the whole district. I mean, our children are succeeding because they are feeling safe.
Because of a collaborative effort, and
Yeah,
it really has taken.
we have an incredible staff.
We have an amazing staff. We have teachers that are in there, and they are working really hard, and they have been through a rough couple of years, and they are still doing as much as they possibly can for these students, and they're digging in. We have support staff that is willing to go through all of this training and help our students. We have administrators, and we don't always talk about the administrators because we don't recognize how much work they're doing right now, but they're carrying a very heavy load, and they too are leading through all of this. So we have a lot, like a huge support system that's out there that is really digging in and working for these kids, as well as the kids just getting back to normal for them. And it's starting to fall back in place. And they had 3 years, remember that was that we saw the traffic jam? Like, they had 3 years. These kids that are 8th graders were not able to take the LPAC test in their 5th grade year, couldn't take the CASP test for 5th and 6th, and finally got in 7th grade, didn't quite make it, just a 3, and finally in their 8th grade year made it. So it's also like getting back to that baseline too, and getting back to like where things are normal. Where things are normal. Yeah.
Well, I just think the growth that Dr. Myers talked about, it all comes into play because, you know, and it takes everybody at a school site to make that happen. From the janitors, from the secretaries, the health group. The kids have to feel, comfortable, and they have to feel like people are going to take care of them. And I think we also have more adults on campus than ever before. And that shows a lot that, and that's important. And I think it demonstrates, and these scores is one reason, I think, that we need to, keep that in mind as we are staffing our schools.
And it's not all about scores.
No.
It's about making sure that our kids are successful and giving them what they need.
Absolutely.
It leads to that they have successful futures. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You said it better.
Trustee Perez, did you have any questions for me? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Martinez? Okay.
You were very
Did a phenomenal job.
That was
Yeah.
great.
Thank you.
You're
Well,
very
thank you, everyone.
thorough. There's no questions. It's all very clear.
Yeah, this is fun for me. So I really enjoy this project and this position. So thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank
Thank
you for all you do.
Yes.
Okay, we're at item 12, consent items. Can I get a motion to approve?
The only thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention, page 172, I'm not wanting to pull it for anything. It's just the section at the very bottom was, instead of it being AAA information, it was service information on that document, page 172. If you look at the bottom paragraph for item
12L.
12L, yeah.
The summary itself has information that reflects Sarah Vista. The attachment that is included is the AAA data. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. The attachment itself, the data is correct.
Okay.
It is AAA. Thank you for
Okay.
that.
So I make a motion that we approve 12A through 12M.
I'll second. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Aye.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so 5-0. Thank you. Okay, approval of board meeting minutes, April 25th, 2023. Anybody have any discussions, or does someone want to move to approve the board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
Yes.
Trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Tosti?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, passes 5-0. And now we're at discussion and action items. 14A is consideration and action on review and approval of the monthly financial report.
So the board has requested that we take a look at this every month. This is one of those months. What you have in front of you is the report that runs through April 30th, 2023. And you can see that as we go to the unrestricted.
Can you use the microphone, please?
Sorry, I thought it was, oh, no, I wasn't. I apologize.
Thank you.
It's my big outside voice. So as we look at the unrestricted, you can see it as, and just a reminder, as we're looking at it, the adopted budget, what we actually adopted in June of last year, is on the far left side. Adjustments have been made to the current budget right now. Lots of things are going on in the budget. Most of what you're seeing is not new. It's an accumulation of the entire year. It's not something that's just happened in this last month. As we have discussed before, we are looking at all budgets. When we got to second interim, we actually had gone through and identified big chunks of budgets that looked like they were over budgeted and made reductions to those. As we get closer to the end of the year, the purchasing cutoff has already happened for this year. It happened in April. We wait for things to sort of flow on through, and now we're starting to look at budgets that won't be spent. Some of those adjustments have already been made, and other adjustments will be made as we go through the rest of the year. The more significant changes were made prior to that budgeting cutoff. So I would not expect anything quite as big a change as what we saw when we saw second interim. Going forward. So looking at the unrestricted general fund, and I'm on the page that shows one more, please. That one right there. Right now, we are estimating that we'll deficit spend by $754,000, but it probably won't be, on this report, it's $754,000 at the end of April. By the time we get to closing, it won't be that high because we are identifying as we go along and we start wrapping up budget development. Those areas where we will actually save every year. Now, when we develop a budget, that budget is spending authority for sites and departments. We allocate monies on all different kinds of factors at sites. It's based on the number of students that they have. At the district level, it's based on needs and contracts that we know going forward, or insurance policies. For the maintenance department, it's based on things that they have that fit within a certain criteria of the funding we have to put in there. That is all spending authority. As we go through a year, not everybody uses all of their spending authority. Mm-hmm. One or two sites might well exceed their spending authority. We are dealing with those on a one-to-one basis, and that's how money at the end of the year seems to magically appear in the fund balance. It's fallen out. Now, I will say that the administrators in this district are acutely aware of what happened last year and the budget crisis and the budget challenges that we've been dealing with all year. And I can say that for the most part, they look at things very conservatively and say, do I really need that? And they're not going hog wild. because of that very careful approach to their spending authority, we will probably have a little bit more money fall out this year than we have before. They are very conservative. They don't want to go through that again. So I'm just telling you that so that you can expect it going forward. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going on this page on your income and expense line going down, just so that I'm understanding. So that is giving us a picture of where we are, what we've received in revenues, what we've expended up to now.
Actually expended through April.
Okay. So that gives us a balance of like 9.6 million, right?
Above, we have spent $9.6 million less than we've actually received today.
Correct.
Okay.
But then you put the 12.4 million that we.
As a negative, it's a transfer.
Yes, but out of that money, because we moved it, right? Because we said we needed it on this other side.
That's routine restricted maintenance and special ed. Those are partial contributions.
Right. So do we know how much of that has been spent down?
We'll look at that on the next report. That would be on the restricted side. So
Okay.
that money just went from unrestricted to restricted.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So that's why it gave us a negative 2.7 million.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. But keep in mind that negative 2.7 million is just a matter of cash. If you go up again to your revenue line, budget balance, we're still owed $16 million primarily from the state of California.
Right.
Okay. We also have in the budget another $11 million that hasn't been spent.
Right.
Well, this is the end of April, so we still have May and June, primarily salaries and benefits to pay. But there's also utility bills that need to be paid and wrapping up contracts and expenses for the end of the year and stuff like that. So those two things are still in play. And when we had gotten ready to prep this, we made partial contributions to both routine restricted maintenance and special education. Now, we didn't make full contributions because I need to see what they're actually going to need and what that calculation is going to look like. Routine restricted maintenance is required to have a 3% contribution. 3% of all of our expenditures need to be contributed to routine maintenance so that we can maintain what we have.
Right.
And special ed is grossly underfunded and always has been. And so we will make a contribution to balance it out. Right. So I didn't want to make all of that contribution until we were really sure what we were going to need. And of course, that'll show up in closing. Right. Okay? I'm not saying that this is savings. I don't want you to interpret this as any kind of savings.
That's what I was hoping you were going to clarify.
Yeah, no, this is not savings. This is just a partial contribution to date until we've made sure that all the expenditures and all the revenue comes in, and then we will balance it all up in closing.
Okay. And
Yes,
just a
ma'am.
clarification on services, other operation expenses.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 209.
And does it say unrestricted at the upper right hand or upper left hand corner?
Yes, it's on the unrestricted.
Uh-huh.
We have $3 million there.
Mm-hmm.
What is that for?
Okay, so in that line, you will have travel and conference, dues, repairs and maintenance, contracts, insurance, cell phone bills, and other communications like postage.
Because it's at 55%. So we have 3 months, so that would probably be where we may have excess or no?
That is probably where we may have excess, yeah. How much that's going to be, I don't know yet. Utilities is the one that's probably the most volatile in there because different rates are changing at different rates.
Right.
Water rates are going up, PG&E rates are going up,
Yeah.
trash is not going up.
Right.
So,
because the line above it is books and supplies, and that's at 51%. So, because I remember you telling us that we should be looking at those percents, and we should be drawing down by this time of the year.
right, and remember, it's a spending authority, but not everybody has spent this. And while that title says books and supplies, the supplies for my department for paper and pens are books and supplies. So
Right.
it's not just the school sites.
I know it's janitorial supplies and all of that, but that's what I keep, because like our certificated salaries is at 80%.
Right.
And that's where it should be.
Through April.
Right.
Now, the thing that happens with this that makes the certificated classified and benefits a little bit different, then the supplies and the services below that is salaries and benefits are paid every month at the end of the month like clockwork. And then at the 10th of the following month, there might be catching up for extra duty and stuff like that, a much smaller number. The books and supplies and the services are at least a month behind.
Right.
We get to the end of April and we're waiting for the invoices, and maybe they come in May and we pay them by the end of May. So while we've got 8 months worth of salary in there, we probably only have about 7 to 6.5 months worth of everything else in there. And that's why it takes us about a month to a month and a half after June to actually close the books.
Yeah, they used to cut us off.
They still do.
You cut us off at May 31st, or March 31st on water?
We went to April. We went to after spring break.
Oh, okay.
We gave them a little bit of extra time this year.
Okay. Because they used to cut us off March 31st.
And, you know, it doesn't always work, and we give reminders, and don't forget about this, and don't forget about that.
Right.
You know.
I remember those days.
Things happen. So, again, I don't want you to necessarily think that everything that's in that budget balance is savings, but it is getting closer to where we need to be. Okay? Any other questions on unrestricted before I move on to restricted?
Thank you for doing this for us.
No worries at all. Okay, so as we go on to the restricted side, now the restricted side is categoricals. It's Title I, it's special ed, it's routine restricted maintenance, it's ESSER funds, it's all of those funds together. And so we have revenue limit sources in there. That's property taxes that comes through for special ed. And federal revenues like the Title I and other state revenues and some local revenues. And those local revenues aren't really very large in the larger scheme of things. And you can see as we're looking at the expenditures, we'll go down to books and supplies.
I know,
There's a lot that's left. Now what happens in these cases is, for instance, the school sites will do their single school plans for their Title I. And they'll say, I'm going to spend it here, here, and here. And then they don't spend it. Now, this is a little bit different than what happens from their lottery funds, which is usually what they use for operating. If they don't spend it, when they get that SIPSA approved, we put the budget in. Again, spending authority. If it doesn't get spent, it falls to fund balance, it gets reallocated in the next year, and then they go, and that cycle begins and begins. So these categorical funds rotate within their categorical. Sites do not get individual carryover. If you lost the opportunity within the current year to spend your money, it falls down to be reallocated to everybody next year. Sites know what they have. They're given those budgets for Title I, for CSI, for instance, for a couple of our schools that were in CSI. Departments know what they've got. Special ed knows what they've got. So they're all looking at those things. So usually it's more of the Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV that doesn't get spent and rolls from year to year. You know, we've got like 27 months to spend all of those title funds. We usually do. We haven't had carryover for 3 years, and this year we're probably going to have a little bit of carryover. Is there a hand up? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so on this one, I was looking at, and the employee benefits, it's at 46%, which I'm confused as to why.
Well, there's a special little thing in there, and it's an account that we only adjust at year end, and that's the STRS offset. So the state of California pays for part of STRS, and we're required to record an equal amount of revenue and expenditures on our books for our percentage of what the state pays. It's a wash entry, but we're required to do it so that when our books are actually audited, we have recognized the cost or the benefit that we've received from the state of California. That has not been recorded yet because that's done at the end of the year with a download from the system that does a calculation on all of our certificated salaries and then gives us the entry to put it in. It's, you know, it makes our accounting much more reliable. And you can compare us to Apple when you see our financial statements, because we have the same sort of thing in there. It's the whole idea of Gatsby is so that you can put them together and decide to invest in Hollister rather than Apple. Or at least-
Because it's still saying we still are owed 3.1 million, but yet we're still gonna spend 18.8 million, or expecting to spend.
Right. And you'll notice, because I noticed this after I put this together, and again, this is at April, and we're going through all of our categoricals to develop our budget. If you go down to other state revenues, you'll notice that the budget balance is a negative.
Yep.
Because we've actually received some money that we had not planned on receiving yet this year. And so that budget will be adjusted by the time we get to the year-end close. Now, what you don't see in here, because I had to adjust it afterwards, and it was based on the May revise, is that 2 of our categorical funds, in order to fund the 8.22% COLA, 2 of our categorical funds were taken by the state of California. The first one was the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant. It's approximately $3.5 million is what is owed to the state, or to the district. We've actually received $1.7 million. The state cut the funding on that for all school districts by half. So we had $3.5 million in the budget, and between this and after the May revise, I adjusted it down by 1.7. The other one is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And that was a much larger number, and we lost about $2.7 million on that. We've received $8 million to date, and they're going to take back $2.7 million in order to fund next year's COLA. What we're not sure, and I adjusted that budget, so that one is going to be a little bit off as well. It's not that number there because we've got more money in one place and then I had to adjust in the other place. What we're not sure about, because we've already received the money, is, and we're waiting for guidance from the budget, is what's going to happen and how are they going to take that back. Our preliminary information, and for those of you that are going to go to Capital Advisors tomorrow, you will probably hear clawback. It's something the state has done before, which says, I gave you this categorical money, but I don't have a way of getting it back automatically. So I pay you every month for your local control funding formula. I'm going to claw back a percentage of that money every month until I get back what I want to get back from here, which leaves this up by the $2.7 million, and this brings this down by 2.7. So what CBOs around the state are waiting for is, how do we account for that to take it out of here and put it in here? How do we do that? Don't have that answer yet, but $4.4 million is coming out of probably next year, because the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant would not have all been spent this year, and we had planned it out for about 4 years. So,
well, we have under the services and other operational expenses, we've only spent 31%. We have 8 million. You see that 8 million?
I do see that.
Yeah. So we'll be able to use that money to help us?
No. The problem is,
because that's restricted.
It's Walmart and Kmart, okay? Our money, they gave us in Kmart. That $8 million is sitting in Kmart, and they said, I shouldn't have given you $2.7 million of that. They don't have a way of getting it out of Kmart, but they give us money every month in Walmart, and they're going to take money back of our Walmart money or our local control funding formula money. So they're 2 different pots. I can't save money in categoricals, as far as I know right now, and transfer that over in order to offset it for next year. So more to come on that as soon as we find out. I doubt that Capital Advisors knows what that answer is yet, because a lot of that's going to be in trailer bill language. May revise, the legislature passes the budget, and then there's trailer bills to implement whatever they didn't realize at the time. So,
okay.
All right, and if you go down to the next page.
Thank you, Beth.
You're very welcome. You will see that we are deficit spending before the transfers in of $13.7 million in the categoricals. Most of that, well, all of that, nearly all of that, is going to be special education and routine restricted maintenance. You can see we put some money in, makes it look like we've got, we're not deficit spending, and we've got a carried in fund balance of $4.9 million with a projected carryover into next year of $5.5 million. This is a very common thing that happens in categoricals, and those balances roll and roll and roll. Okay? Any questions on that one? Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Do we have to make a motion to approve the meeting?
We don't approve this, so.
Well, it says considering action on review and approval.
Yeah.
So I make a motion that we approve the monthly financial report.
A second. Okay, trustee Grist,
Aye.
trustee Perez, trustee Martinez, trustee Tosti.
Aye.
Trustee Marks, 5-0. Thank you.
Kathy, good night.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, 14B, discussion and action on superintendent's facilities needs recommendation.
Went to go grab the clicker. So, good evening, board, and our one audience member. Also a member of the facilities committee. Thank you so much. We miss Mrs. Pam Little so much, but thank you so much for joining us tonight in cabinet. Our next item is a review of the facilities needs committee and the work that has happened, of which we're very proud to be able to bring forward tonight in regards to recommendations. These are the committee members that were selected either by their bargaining units, or they came forward as volunteers, and we had a various representation of folks that were participating. We met on 4 separate occasions. These are the dates. We met to discuss the current facilities needs assessment. We talked about funding sources. We talked about the previous facilities related information in regards to previous reports that had been presented to the board, previous facilities needs assessment, the one prior to the current one. We looked at obtaining feedback from the committee, and all of the committee members openly shared their ideas. They asked questions, they engaged in conversation, and we had, I think, productive conversations. So the documents that we reviewed, again, the current facilities needs assessment that was presented to the board, I believe in September of this current school year. The facilities needs report, there was a report presented to the board in the spring of 2019. So that was an oldie but goodie. You know, we were able to revisit that. We also looked at previous documents, such as the latest district facilities master plan that was completed in 2018. There was also a report done at a board meeting about programmatic needs and facilities needs in 2018 as well. So we went back, a handful of years there. So we had a common priority. The committee had a common priority. They repeatedly expressed their interest in focusing on all safety-related items that directly impact students and staff. That was a common theme over and over in the meetings that was brought up. Another common priority is to maintain the longevity of the facilities. That was also brought up in discussion threads at these meetings. That was the primary focus, and then we had 3, I would say, sub-focus areas that were talked about consistently. One of which being the focus on safety, which we discussed. Another one focusing on deferred or routine maintenance as it applies to the facility's needs. And then a third would be functionality, and I put a description of each there. This is a separate item in the sense of we went into the facilities committee with the facilities needs assessment. Of that, as you can remember, we as a district chose to move forward with the pour-in-place and the replacement of the wooden playground structure at one of the schools. So I separated those 2 out on this slide here. The other item, as we remember, we went through several weeks, or I don't know, a month and a half of rain. We discovered the many, many leaks that we have in our facilities, and staff has worked on obtaining a proposal to move that one forward as well, above and beyond the committee work. We did not slow that process down. We moved forward on that one.
So we have contractors that are gonna.
We have a proposal that will be coming to the board, just like the
Wonderful.
playground.
Well, we have
proposal.
already approved
You have,
playgrounds, so
yes.
So we should get a,
You will be getting that at
Okay.
the next meeting.
wonderful,
Is
thank
there
you.
a way that we could have, like, because I know we have X amount of money, and start deducting like what these expenditure commitments as we're utilizing those
That's a
funds?
good idea.
Tracking that placement and, the use of, those limited resources. Because again, there's gonna be a laundry list, but we won't know like the overall cost and what we have left to contend with to know what to approve moving forward.
Yes, that definitely makes sense. As the board approves the contracts, I think that it would be good for us to just have a running tally as to, okay, if we deduct this preliminary cost, what would it be? What's the total amount? Yes. So now begins the recommendation for priorities that the committee has recommended and that we will be discussing tonight. I've divided them into subcategories as the committee agreed upon. The check marks is a loose interpretation, I would say. I did take notes at every single one, but I am human, as to how many times it came up in conversation. So I kept track of the keywords. For example, wood rot. On 3 separate occasions, we talked about wood rot and how important it would be to address that. The committee also requested that tonight, as I present this information, that the board be made aware of the rationale behind their thinking. So underneath each title of the item, we have a rationale. In addition to that, it was important for the committee to share with the board the location of the item, whether it's at all sites or specific sites, one site, and then whether or not this item appeared in the facilities needs assessment that was presented to the board in September. Those 4 more or less pieces of data were important for me to share tonight. So that's why it appears in this format.
So you want us to approve certain things tonight? Is that what we're gonna do?
Well, I'm gonna review what the priorities are, and then I'm gonna ask for your direction. Upon receiving your direction, then our director of facilities would be able to reach out to companies to obtain proposals for bids.
We don't have a cost.
We don't have a cost, and I think it wouldn't be feasible to get a cost for all of these things if we're not gonna go with all of them. We have to prioritize.
Correct,
Okay? So with that, the wood rot, we know that it's important. We also have on this page structural and architectural elements, both of which impact the longevity of the structures. A very, very, very popular item is restrooms for both staff and students. As you can see that visual of the different check marks, the rationale explains why the committee chose to bring this forward. We have talked about it. There are priorities. I want to be specific in this one. They are looking at all sites as needed, but there is a current priority on behalf of the committee to address Sunny Slope, Calaveras, and Cerro Vista staff restrooms. We also are recommending that sites to be considered for additional restrooms. The conversation came up of we as a district expanded our TK5s to TK8s, but we did not expand the facilities or the access to facilities.
What about the gender requirement? Do we have to have a bathroom that's gender neutral?
So at all sites have at least one restroom that is gender neutral.
So do we have to add a restroom to each site, or is that going to be in the I would be
Well,
handling.
well, if one restroom is already gender neutral at each site, the restroom that, is added potentially could be, you know, a standard restroom as we have them.
Okay, so I'm thinking of, Mays, the only one that could be would be in the nurses.
There's, I believe, also in the gymnasium.
Oh, well, yeah, well, you'd make both of those gender neutral.
We could.
The two,
You know,
yeah.
if they're not already, we could.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Also,
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
Sorry. The way that you read this for the current priority, is it just the staff restrooms at Sarah Vista and all the restrooms at Sunny Slope and Calaveras?
So the current priority would be for Sunny Slope, Calaveras, and Sarah Vista, staff restrooms for all three of those.
Okay.
Oh,
that makes- I
In
didn't
addition,
Yeah, I didn't, I
So,
thought maybe it was
comma,
just Sarah, okay, got
comma.
it.
In addition, we are recommending that all sites be considered for additional restrooms,
Right.
comma, and that all sites be considered for height appropriate restrooms for students.
Got it.
So 3 different concepts. Of those 3 different concepts, some of them appear in the facilities needs assessment. For example, the older restrooms like at Calaveras or Sarah Vista that might need an upgrade or a modernization. However, the facilities needs assessment did not take into consideration height appropriate restrooms for
So that's
students.
why you have yes and no?
Yes,
Okay.
yes and no. I wanted to be sure that it was clear.
One thing, is Aaron still here?
He's there.
The water departments might give us free toilets because our toilets are older than 1989 in some of our schools. And we would get, water reduced toilet, just to
They
throw
may,
that out.
I know, but sometimes those don't always
Work that well.
for our children
Okay.
that like putting
To stop
things
things
in the toilet.
They're called low flow
Yes.
toilets.
Okay.
Are we waiting until the end?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
No, I'm just curious, because perhaps I wanted to add our heart in here, just because,
Oh, the bathroom.
because the bathrooms are utilized by the charter school as well, so that may require more attention just because of that.
Well,
So, thank you, Trustee Perez. So the second portion of that, sites to be considered for additional restrooms, would be all sites. Yeah, thank you for that. Including R.O. Hardin. The next slide, let me see, oopsie. Stucco repair, not as popular, but nonetheless it was mentioned. We know that that would increase the longevity of a building. That is part of the facilities needs assessment. The next priority after that is the fencing around the AC units at R.O. Hardin. If you visualize R.O. Hardin, there's AC units on the outside of the classroom, and there's these like little picket fences. They are hanging on by a string. So the idea is that that would be a safety concern. It is part of the needs assessment, and it is a recommendation for replacement. Yes.
Isn't the next one, Sarah Vista, isn't that how they're jumping up on the roof?
Path of travel?
Yes.
So path of travel is where we walk. So for example, if there's cracks in the sidewalks, or if there are root systems coming up and making fissures in the pavement.
But where are they jumping on the roof? Wasn't it Sarah Vista from the AC? They were jumping on the roof?
Yeah, they still are.
So path of travel is where we would walk, like as
I know, but
pedestrians.
there was something we were gonna try to do. Okay, so everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's also at Calaveras, isn't it? No? They're jumping on the roof from that AC?
So, okay. Then there was also a consideration for a roller gate at Sunny Slope instead of the current setup that they have by the portables due to a potential need for accessibility. And currently it's not on a roller by some portables.
Oh,
That was
makes
not
sense.
part of the facilities assessment, but nonetheless it was important
Yeah.
to mention. As we continue with the priorities, another one is the parking lot at R.O. Hardin.
Oh,
We
for
see that the
sure.
configuration of it is not conducive to staff parking there, or more than 10 staff parking there. That was part of the facilities needs assessment. We also are looking at construction at Calaveras and AAA. We're looking at potentially how that would address programmatic needs. The one on the screen has an update.
That's switched, okay.
So for Calaveras and AAA, that is a specific item, a specific site that we're talking about. And, we have talked about that at length, different program needs. What are we doing there? Are we going to address the impacts to the school?
It doesn't specifically call out, anywhere like portables. I know portables there or throughout the district are a big topic as well, and I didn't see it anywhere on here,
yes.
but I'll let you
Yes.
finish.
Okay.
I'll let you finish.
Good question. The construction at Calaveras would include facilities, for example, to hold a classroom. So it wouldn't necessarily be something that we would deem as portable, because as we've talked, those are temporary. We end up inheriting those for decades, and then the routine maintenance issues are very pricey for a portable. So when we talk about construction, the consideration would be for a facility that would not be considered temporary.
So
Like a cube, like a modular building, like a more permanent structure. Student lunch areas. This was a very popular idea. The committee agreed that students would benefit from larger eating areas, perhaps different configurations. Again, this goes along with us bringing forward the idea of TK5s becoming TK8s, and we did not increase or improve the lunch areas, and so that would be an area of need. Currently at all sites, there is a priority that was expressed for Calaveras and Mays, and this is not part of the facilities needs analysis or assessment.
So Mays, even though it's shrunk down in student population, it's still
There's no covered area for kids to.
Oh, the covered area.
So
Okay,
part of the
I'm-
rationale does include a shade structure that was
Right.
recommended, so that students are not
Right.
sitting under the sun.
Right.
That
I
is
know
the
we have
part.
the solar panels right now at Calaveras, but they leak. It's
Well,
not
It depends on the configuration of the tables, because we have other schools that eat under the solar panels and there's no issue.
Yeah, right.
It just depends on
Yeah.
how the
tables are set, yeah.
So that could be.
Actually, we were there on a rainy day.
Yeah, and it's, if we have, they have to
Yeah.
follow R.O. Hardin.
Right.
If they do it the way R.O. Hardin, it doesn't leak.
And that's not too costly to kind of rearrange
The tables, yeah.
because I know we have it fenced. So that may need to go away, no?
Fencing?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't have.
We can expand the fencing, or we can remove fencing, yeah.
Okay, this is not on here. And,
Do you want her to finish?
Oh,
and
yeah,
then we can
sorry.
bring it?
All right, but I'll go quickly, I promise. So the next item, it was recommended by a committee member, permanent bookshelves at the library at Calaveras for ease of functionality. A furniture refresh, and this is student furniture, that was mentioned a couple of times. Priorities being Calaveras and Sunny Slope, but also in consideration all sites, not part of the facilities needs analysis. A school counter refresh and cabinetry installation. So the school counter refresh topic came from Calaveras, that the counters were outdated. That seems to be more of a functionality or cosmetic procedure maybe for the building. That's not part of the facilities needs assessment. Cabinets would increase the functionality in the classrooms. We know that teachers need materials And when R.O. Harding was modernized, all cabinetry was removed.
Same with Sunnyslope.
So that is a topic and an area of need that, that staff is considering.
Because we brought in those roller cabinets.
There are
but I know
roller cabinets.
They don't
I
have
said they
enough.
would roll right away.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm almost done. Last page, I believe, refresh of staff restroom locks. There was an idea that this is not part of the facilities needs, that the restroom should have a vacant and in use type of visual on the outside.
Those are good.
We don't have
So
those.
all sites, and the priority would be Calaveras.
Okay.
There's also conversations that we've had about the Sunny Slope vintage side. We know that a few years ago, we as a board, or the board, voted to demolish 24-ish portables. They didn't get demolished and they're in use. You know, what do we do there? There is definitely a need, and that need is quite visible in the price tag that's tied to Sunny Slope, and that facilities needs assessment or analysis. And then we also talked about deferred maintenance, a rotation. It is because we've not had deferred maintenance as a fund that was established for some years.
Right.
It kind of overlaps into the facilities needs assessment,
Right.
but in theory, it shouldn't be if we had a process and the
That's
funding
right.
in place. So yes and no, it appears there. In a nutshell, those are the priorities, and oops, I'm going backwards. Now is the time for discussion or questions. And Erin is ready to help me to jump in with further information if needed.
Okay, do we want to go one by one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm on page, 225.
225.
And as I was reading 225, and I'm thinking about, in 2019, our previous superintendent, he and Steve Kane, Trustee Kane, they were really searching out the cost of gyms, because they knew that we were gonna get this $25 million, you know, from the state for facilities. And at that time, modular gym, okay,
Do you
so
think
this is
Can I
pre-pandemic.
interrupt you for just a moment? If anybody's watching, they won't necessarily hear you. Sorry.
That's okay. This is pre-pandemic. It was between $5 and $7 million for each gym. And these would be modular, like what the high school's done. And, you know, 3 gyms for our community. I mean, it would be a game changer to have gyms for the community to use them on the weekends, at nights. You wouldn't believe Rancho Santana, it is used. Those fields are used every single night.
All the fields are used.
All the field, right, but I mean, and I know that the Maze and Rancho Gym are used all the time. And so I'm thinking, why don't we ask the county for Rancho Santana and the city for Calaveras and Sierra Vista, if they want to join us in building these gyms and help us with maintenance and make these a group, a joint project. We will get the use of it for, during the days, and if we need a nighttime activity. They will get the rec center, because our population is increasing. Everybody says we need things for, facilities for kids. Plays could be done. Musical performances could be done. I mean, this would really open up for our community. I mean, it would be a game changer. And seeking partnership with them, they might say no, and that's very well. We cannot do it on our own. But if we had a partnership with the county and the city, I think it's something to look into. And all we have to do is ask. We need to do some homework about the cost. You know, the city and the county might jump on it because it's not like they have to buy any land. We have the land. We have the sewer hookups. We have the electric hookups. It's not like, you know, building from scratch. And this would be something that our community could really use. And it'd be something that would be great for our children. I'm throwing this out as an idea. That's something that I think would be a tremendous idea. And I guess what I'm asking is that if I could have two of you vote with me to allow Aaron to look at the price, and then we discuss it again, just even to find out what the cost would be, and then decide whether or not we want to take it to the city and the county. I'm not committing ourselves to doing anything, just getting the information.
So what school sites are you suggesting?
The three that don't have them.
The three that don't have anything, that would be
Sarah Vista.
Sarah Vista, Calaveras, and Rancho Centeno.
Rancho Centeno, oh, that's right, they don't have it. They have everything else.
Yeah.
I don't know, is that a separate issue than this?
Well, I could see why she would talk about it as lunch areas, because I know when we were at Sarah Vista for our community engagement meeting for the LCAP, there were people talking about the need for
A lunch area.
a covered lunch area large enough to, and that could be a separate use for it, right? Because I know
Right.
that other schools have used gyms during rainy day for that sort of thing. I understand that's why you brought it up, so I don't know. I think
I
other
think we-
things are priorities. That would be something to consider, but like, if we're gonna ask Aaron to do that, that's at the loss of some things that are higher priority, in my opinion.
I agree.
Until we get those things done, the things that we need to get done, we ought not to be entertaining
Well, he's
or
gonna be,
putting him to work with some other thing.
okay, but there's also economy of scale. He's gonna be contacting these people and they're going to be doing other things for us. We might get a deal if they're doing other work for us, and we might get a better deal on it. And that's why I bring that up as well.
I just feel that we asked for a committee and we got a committee and they gave their, advice. And I think we should,
Well, the
follow
committee's
some of
over,
that.
because I asked that already, Kathy. And the committee it's done its job. So, because that was the first thing I asked.
Yeah, but the committee was about fixing the facilities out there, wasn't about creating new facilities.
Right,
I mean,
that's true.
it is in that same realm, but there are two separate things. And I mean, I would be on board for the future, but right now I want to get through this list and these priorities. 'Cause I have to figure out.
I'm on board for the future
Right,
at some
right,
point, but
right.
yeah, I'd
But-
like
but-
to.
But not now, just because, I mean, we still don't know how you're gonna prioritize this and the expense of it and right? Because I mean, if we come back, like, what's other, I'm just thinking in the future, if we come back with a list of like, hey, we've gone to these schools, and these are the schools that need these things, out of all these, how we could prioritize that based on the money we have, right?
Absolutely.
That's like where we're going.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, and so that's, we have that fight ahead of us before we talk about a gym, which I don't disagree with you, the community is growing, and yes, gyms are a good thing, but I would have to say not at this time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so, did you have anything else you wanted to bring up
No,
or talk about?
no.
Okay, Trustee Perez?
I mean, I'm like what I just talked about, I'm for the next step, let's say the priority, have we can accomplish it, what needs to get done, when they get, because you're gonna go out there and look at the schools and say, yes, I mean, we have some propositions here that say we're gonna go look at all the restrooms. So, like, which of those schools are we gonna look at and do, and which priority versus all that, so. I think it's a good start.
Okay. Trustee Martinez?
I think going back to my first suggestion, right, was costing out. Because again, I don't know where to put things because I don't know what things cost. I know we're requesting that we now put these in order of importance, that I don't know that we know how to do that based on just the information given to us tonight. I wouldn't necessarily know, because there isn't a cost to it. I couldn't say, okay, this is definitely, I know your check marks, but I think we each individually have from, going to the sites and hearing from parents, different things that have popped up. So
it might be easier if you tell me which ones you don't want me to pursue, because, and then we can start checking them off that way if there's not a set direction. In order to get a dollar amount for each one, some of these require soils testing, that whole pre-construction. So for example, a pre-construction cost would be an investment of maybe $70,000, depending on the site. And then what if we invest in that and we say, well, we actually didn't want to do that one, go and do this one.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I know Calaveras because it is now the oldest school that has not had any modernization done to it. And so there are a lot of structural things that it needs improvements on, many of the things that you pointed out on these, these things. And so it would be with a thoughtful process of saying, okay, as your recommendation, this is what I think we need to think about in growth, just in general, as you're looking at the growth around there, what makes sense, right? What is truly needed to provide for our staff and our students an environment that is adequate enough to meet their needs now and in then from now to 5 years, because I don't think we know more than that.
So if I may, and I could offer some food for thought for the board. If we go back to the slide that talks about the safety of the sites, right? We can start there. So let's start where it's most beneficial and makes most sense. And that's what I try to go back to. What's the easiest, point to go to, right? And for me, it's safety. It's focused on safety. So, we know that we're going to start with the porn place. That's a safety. That falls under the safety category. That falls under exclusivity. It falls under, being able to access an area that was inaccessible to some before and was a pit, right? For lack of better terms.
Right.
So that falls under safety. If I'm offering some other options for the board to consider and think of, if you're asking me what my opinion is of what might need to be done at the sites, we're going to focus on the roofs. The roofs are not only a safety concern, but fall under the category of longevity, maintenance, deferred maintenance, routine maintenance. So we're going to look into doing the roofs. And then we start getting into the structural and the architectural elements, which are the wood rot, which are the stucco elements, which is the building.
The restrooms should be the next.
And of course, and then we go to, and then we can go into the restrooms, the partitions, the fixtures, and all that. So I try to simplify it and say, okay, how can we benefit the staff, the students on the site, make it a safer environment, and the things that make sense from having those of our maintenance staff and our ground staff that go to the sites every day or on a regular basis, and are the eyes and ears out there and the boots on the ground, right? And they're reporting back, this is what we're seeing. Custodians see it every single day. They're reporting back what it is that's going on. And so we know that, you know, the restrooms are in, there's need there. There's need for partitions, there's need for fixtures, there's need for improvement, for modernization, you know, so that's an obvious one to us, right? The roofs are an obvious one to us, and then we start getting into, okay, you're gonna repair the roof before you're gonna do the carpet.
Right.
Because you wanna make sure, especially in the portables, right? So we're gonna look into the portables, particularly when it comes to the structural and architectural elements, like you mentioned, Trustee Martinez, about the fact that they're old, right? They're dated, and they're in need of repair.
Right.
So we're gonna focus on those elements at the sites. And Calaveras, being one of the oldest, is gonna be of our main prioritized focus when it comes to structural elements, roof elements, and all that kind of stuff that needs to be dealt with. And then you creep into restrooms. I mean, just about every site that I've seen, you know, has a need in their restrooms, you know. Partitions, some are older than others, you know, some are in more need of repair than others. So try to simplify it. And then we get into the path of travel.
Right.
We get into areas that are raised up. We get into concrete. We get into asphalt. You know, we get into the parking lots. You know, all the other stuff that has to go on with parking lots or path of travel, like striping, you know, parking lot for stalls or striping curbs. You know, that's all small potatoes here. We're talking about the areas that are breaking apart and the areas that are uneven.
Need a
You know,
jack down.
yeah. So that's a safety concern, and then it falls into our maintenance category, you know, and longevity category. So, you know, and it's just food for thought. I'm just offering, you know.
Are there some things that can be shifted in the routine, you know, just the regular routine maintenance that I see
yes.
here that we can kind of shift into that category and pull out of here?
After some repair.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, of
Because
course.
like the fencing around the R hardened AC units,
Mhm.
that could totally be routine maintenance.
It could be, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So, and just so I'm kind of still with you, so you would think like playground, roof, restrooms, wood rot, and then you'd have to paint, right? After you do the
Sure.
wood rot.
And we can
then-
paint.
And then,
Stucco.
We can paint, yeah, we don't need to pay for paint.
no,
We
and then,
don't need to pay someone to paint for us, is what
I'm
I'm
just
saying.
going through the steps here.
Right,
And then asphalt and concrete?
well,
Or
not
do
in that
you-
particular order, but in a top 5 or 6, yes.
Right,
I would
okay.
say yes.
I was trying, okay, so, because that's pretty much, isn't that a big list?
No, it is, but
Yeah.
I mean, so I personally would put the roof and the wood rock together, because you're pretty much working on that. right?
And there will, yes, to answer your question, great question. So yes, and there will be. So some of the elements that are attached to, you know, the roof, such as the gutters, the downspouts, some of the fascia boards, some of the other connective parts of the structure, absolutely, wood rot, dry rot, wet rot, whatever you want to call it, is absolutely going to be addressed during that time. So yeah, so we're going to get into some of that, but then you get into, you know, where you're getting into closer to the foundation, you know, and you're going to want to deal with those elements as well. And it's all stuff that we're going to put the magnifying glass on, but that all falls under the category of structural or architectural elements of the building. And we're focusing particularly mainly on the portables, because there's the oldest in the district. I mean, they're the oldest structures that are in need of more deferred maintenance than our permanent structures. Because
I
the
agree.
sites have both happening, right? They have both there. Calaveras has the permanent structure, the permanent buildings, and portables, you know? So,
Well, I'll get out there and say that I just think the furniture refresh and maybe the bookshelves should be on the lower end, because it's just, you know, aesthetic.
Yeah.
In a way, though, I was like thinking about the countertops. That could be a not very expensive thing, right, to replace.
Possibly.
And if
Depending on what
at
we're-
Calaveras, I'm trying to figure out how we can do what we can do for Calaveras that takes care of the very important stuff that we just talked about, but also maybe a couple of, but possibly a couple of the things that might spruce it up a little. You know what I mean? Make it feel like somebody cares.
Well, and it may offer, absolutely, and it may offer an opportunity for
No, but
the maintenance staff
No, you're
to
not
to
disagreeing.
possibly, you know, do something like that. I mean, they have the skills and, you know, the tools and the availability to do that kind of, so we wouldn't necessarily have to go and get a contractor to do,
That's what
you
I'm
know,
wondering about, if we
refreshes
can be
of, you know, certain
creative.
elements of, you know, offices or
Low hanging
built-in
fruit.
cabinets or
Right.
countertops, right?
Right.
Doable internal,
The
that's
im-
why I said
the
some of
important
them can
safety-
shift into deferred
Correct.
maintenance,
Right,
can be done by our folks, right?
right,
At a cheaper cost, perhaps.
perhaps, yeah. So-
Because the big ticket items are like the parking lot at R. Hardin, construction at Calaveras AAA. Those are like hundreds, thousands of dollars.
Tens of thousands.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hundreds of,
Yeah, and it will be.
yes, okay. All right.
Okay. Do we do public after
Yeah.
we finish
Are you guys
discussing?
done? Yes.
Okay.
What else? You guys.
For me, restrooms, then the thing is, I understood that first page of the pour and play and the roofs have already been approved and they're in, and they're
Well,
in.
the foreign plate,
they're in
yes.
progress.
Pour and plate, yes.
Approved.
Yes.
The roofs have not yet. We're
Right.
waiting
We're
for
bringing
bids.
a
But we've
proposal, yeah.
prioritized that already.
Yes.
Yes.
That was already done.
Yes.
So we're being asked to pick a few
Yes.
priorities from this other group.
Yes.
So wood rot, we all agree.
Yes.
It would go
Wood rot.
I would say raise your hand.
Okay.
You can
wood
put a
rot.
star next to that
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
Check.
Structural and architectural elements.
I think the restrooms need to be next.
Well,
Well,
we
no-
are.
No, wait, we're
We're
going
getting
in
there.
order. Everybody raises their hands
Right.
per item.
Okay.
So structural and architectural elements,
Which is what Erin said covered all the outside, you know.
yeah. So
pieces
does
that
any,
need work.
yeah.
Yes.
It needs work, but I don't want it in that, I want restrooms next because it's for the kids.
But if you have a restroom and you replace and put a brand new toilet or, you know,
Right.
a sink in there, but the wall is rotten, you would need to address the structural element of it.
Correct.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right,
Okay.
because we're dealing with the structure in there.
Okay, gotcha.
We gotta go in.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
Okay, so
Okay.
Yes.
we're there. Yep.
Yes.
that's a star, and restrooms is obviously a star, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Stucco repair is, that would go along with
The
The wood
structure.
rot.
Structural
Mhm.
piece, yeah. A path of travel, to me, would be on this page, a priority.
I'll raise my hand to that. Anybody
Yeah,
else?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's
That's
a lot for right now, right?
See how much.
Yeah, I
money
think
we-
that just costing all that out is gonna be fun.
Keep you busy for the
Yeah,
summer.
that's,
The
do
only-
you agree? I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah.
The only other thing is, are we gonna need a portable at Calaveras since we didn't move AAA? Are we gonna have enough rooms for everybody?
Well, if we look at the configuration and we look at potentially if there is an empty room in the B wing, and if we look at the grade levels that are available at both schools, I'm sure that we could make any adjustments if needed to
Okay.
ensure that we have room for both student populations. I believe is there a public comment?
Yes,
perhaps?
there
Okay.
is. Pam, would you like to step up?
I certainly would, thank you. Pam Little, that is something that I would like to just bring to your attention, please, also, or have to weigh in on, is that right now, AAA had to drop fourth grade because of space. We really need to get fourth grade back in there, into AAA, to get the program to really be what it is, for a couple of reasons. One, and because we need more portables for that too. There, as has been said before, so many people are leaving the district right now with their children because they live in the San Jose area and they've got great magnet schools up there. We're really missing an opportunity by not allowing more children into AAA and making the most of that magnet school. That was why, of course, we had the 2 magnet schools in the first place, is because we had this mass exodus of children, and this was our way of getting them back in the district. So I think we're really going to miss an opportunity if we don't prioritize that one as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, well,
And then if you can take into consideration moving perhaps some of these in the routine maintenance, and then just giving us an update of what can be shifted over.
and here's a question. I mean, like, I was told a long time ago that we have like a store of school desks and things like that
Storage.
somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah. Is any of that better than what's at the site?
I have been,
know.
I have,
That's
Eric
why
and
I'm
I have
asking.
been, and Jan, we went through that room.
And it was not.
It's not.
It's,
Yeah, I
no,
don't know.
it's
I
not.
don't know. Yeah,
I don't know
if
why
it's
we
better.
even have it.
Well, so,
Well,
yeah,
because-
so is there
yeah.
a way to get rid of, write it off, get rid of it, donate it, whatever?
We can
Or
sell it.
Or sell it.
Yeah, it's a
right,
big
or sell it.
process. It's a big
It's a process to get ready to
Just
sell
like
it?
the high school has. Remember
Yeah,
that
you would
process
have to
that they had?
publicize
But they
it, have
sell
people.
stuff.
You
uh,
have to like put a bid
Okay.
online.
We could
You
look
know,
into
it's a
it.
process.
Okay, I was just asking, trying
When
to be
we,
creative.
when we get our demographers report, maybe that's when we look to see about the portable issue, about the modular cube. That's what I should call it.
Yeah,
right?
I want to, just moving forward, I want to also offer some food for thought again.
Okay, yeah.
And hear me out. The district doesn't need more portables.
Right.
The district needs a structure,
Right, what do you call it?
like a modular
Modular.
or a cube, which is basically a steel frame construction, permanent building on a concrete slab foundation.
Okay.
So, does the district need more portables? No. The district needs a structure to house students in.
Yeah, a cube.
Right? Okay, so there we go.
We need a new school.
No. No, we just need, if in fact the board determines that the district needs
Right.
more space.
So we need the report before we do
And then also just, in consideration, the bond money that's still owed and what time, if we're still in the queue for that, or if we are gonna see any more money coming back to our district, and when maybe.
Any, Beth, we still gonna get some, or?
But it took you 7 years to get the last.
I know,
one,
I
so
know.
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't be betting on that one. But yeah, we're in there. If the state sells a bond,
Okay.
then, they could be funding our project.
All right, so we have
Cool.
our marching orders.
Marching orders, yes, thank
Yes,
you
thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you. Yep.
And thank you, Facilities Committee,
Yes.
Yes, and thank you,
for all your
Erin,
hard
for
work.
listening to us.
All right, item 15, Superintendent's Report.
We've heard a lot of good things tonight, and this will be a highlight of some. I won't go too in-depth, but we appreciate you sticking with all the information you've received tonight, and I know that I'll be sharing a bit more of information, so let's get going. This nice picture up in the front is a staff member at R.O. Hardin. If you can guess if it is a certificated staff member or a classified staff member, I'm not
even gonna guess.
I'm not gonna give the answer. And the important thing is that staff are working together to provide the best education for students. So this is a reminder of that. Our current enrollment, as you can see, we have been looking at this on a monthly basis. As of Friday, we have 5,688 students in the school district. It is still lower than what we ended last year at 5,715. So that is the trend. Our ADA this time, I thought, let's be different a little bit. I broke it down by grade level. We are currently, as of Friday, looking at a district-wide ADA of 92.2. As you can see, our very young students, our TKs, have the highest chronic absenteeism because their ADA is at 88.2. And then it goes on to kinder, TK and kinder.
Do we count those
They count.
percentages in the ADA? The
They
TK?
count.
TK is considered kindergarten.
Mm-hmm.
So they do count against it?
As long as they're of the age, they're not early entries, yes.
Okay.
One thing I do want to mention here that I think I've not mentioned before, and we talk about ADA every month, but we are funded the COLA based on the percentage of ADA. So in order to get the full COLA, we would need to have 100% ADA. That's something that I never mentioned, but I thought of it being very interesting to me. It piqued my interest at the May Revise presentation. I thought, wait a minute, I've never said
You're
that.
always assuming, right?
Yeah.
We get what you see in COLA.
Yeah.
So we only get 92.2% of the, like next year, 8.22.
If that is what our ADA is at that time.
Yes, because we're funded on ADA. We have to staff and plan for the enrollment, but we only get funded on the ADA. It's interesting that Superintendent Sanchez just brought that up because I'm preparing some information for budget adoption. 5 years ago, we had an attendance to enrollment and that CVED's enrollment percentage of 94.7. And you can see where we are right now. That costs us approximately for this year, if we were at that 5 year ago ADA percentage, and we're funded this year for it, we would have $2.3 million more money.
Earlier today, I sent some information to President Marks and Superintendent Sanchez regarding a program out there that helps us recover ADA funds by doing Saturday program. And I maybe
We have done that.
But I mean, I may make
It's a good idea.
now because I mean,
Some of our
from what I've
schools are
read.
actually doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our schools are actually offering Saturday programs to bring the kids up, and if they have any absences, then they can make up that absence if their Saturday program is 4 hours or more.
Right.
So it's not a district-wide initiative at this point, but we do have some schools that took the initiative themselves.
I mean, but the idea of getting the ADA money back, because that's what,
Increasing the ADA.
Yeah, very good idea.
We're suffering from COVID. You know, getting kids back into
The burnout.
That was part of what we discussed at that joint board meeting.
Yes.
Right.
Very good point. Okay, moving forward, our UPP has gone down 6.54%, which also costs us money. In 21-22, we were at 68.12%. Currently, we are at 61.58%. Tied to the UPP is a very important document, the LCAP. Tied to the LCAP is a very important living thing called the budget that, these are all encompassing types of tasks that the district has to work with, and they cover 8 of these state priorities. But I do want to make it publicly known, our unduplicated count is going down.
And the cost for this?
Oh, that would be a CBO question.
I will have that for you next time we talk.
Thank you.
Which will probably be, it'll be the second.
The
tomorrow.
13th. Oh, we are talking tomorrow, but
We are
it won't
talking
be there.
tomorrow, but not about this.
I'll see you in a few hours.
Yes.
I wanted to just do a recap of our California Early Literacy Tour and UCSF partnership. I won't talk at length of it since Dr. Myers already covered it. The very, very interesting and applicable tie to our district is the fact that we are looking at cutting edge research that could help our multilingual students.
Yes.
We talked at length about our multilingual students. We were able to talk to State Superintendent Tony Thurman about our district specifically. He sent, this is the gathering that was held by all of those state delegations that Dr. Myers presented on. But we were able to specifically talk about the needs in our area of California, which was interesting. So lots of good things, wait, is that it? Lots of good things happening with our programs. We are increasing programs. We're trying to bring programs into the district, but it is very worth mentioning that we've talked and we recognized our arts program today. Our students, however, tied to part of this is Prop 28, our Arts, Music, Funding, and Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant Update. As our CBO has mentioned, we have some reductions. We have some reductions to be able to offset the price of the COLA and pay for the COLA. So we have a negative 1.7 million reduction in arts, music, and instructional materials funding, which is potentially going to impact us. We have a 2.7 million reduction in the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. I won't go into detail, but those are things that we have to consider. We had, remember, some plans to be able to staff at a more robust ratio at the sites based or using Prop 28. Those are on hold now because we want to make sure that it's sustainable. That's something that we've been very cautious in as we rebuild, that we're rebuilding in a very sustainable manner. I'm positive, so if you feel like I'm going negative, positive, because that is the world of education, and we have to be real, keep it real here. So we want to congratulate Mr. Zeff and the Rancho and Maze Band. They won top competition. They were top competitors at a competition in Santa Cruz on May 14th, a Saturday, a very, very warm Saturday out there. They won first place. And they also were awarded the best overall category. So you see him proudly standing there with his students with 2 trophies. So congratulations, Mr. Zeff and the students. But as we look at, we were looking at making our music program more robust. We have to also look at balancing our funding. So if we look at our unrestricted dollars, out of every dollar that comes into the district, it is very important for us to communicate this out to our community. 87 cents of every dollar goes to staffing. 13 cents is used for everything else. So if we think about that, that's not a lot of cents, and we have to make it stretch. I know Trustee Grist has called me frugal, but we are trying to make it be balanced here at HSD, and that is one of the commitments I've made to this community, to you, to myself, that we will stabilize this organization.
But that 87 cents includes everyone.
It
Administration.
yes,
right,
great
the people
clarification.
working here,
Yes.
Not only classified.
Yes.
Every
Yes,
two-letter
every
person.
Just clearing it up.
Thank you for that. Everybody. So again, sustainability is the key approach. So here are some pictures of the Hunt Institute walkthrough at R.O. Hardin. I won't talk too much about it, other than I do want to publicly thank the teachers. Our intervention teacher here, Nikki Bell, she was part of a panel, as was Chris Brannon and Dr. Myers and Principal Espinosa. The CDE representatives that represent Tony Thurman, one of the ladies asked her directly, if you can tell, what would you like for me to go back and tell Superintendent Thurman? Our intervention teacher, Nikki Bell, very confidently and, justly said, please fund us, fund our schools. And that was such a heartfelt but simple message, because really, R.O. Hardin and, the rest of the Hollister School District has done just what we're doing tonight. Our pendulum is swinging. We have happy news, then we go into, the reality of it. We have happy news, and then we go into the reality of it. So I'm very proud of this staff for their resiliency, which we see in all of the pictures. They're actively engaging with their students. They're actively looking at how to improve, how to do with what they have. And that is the story, I think, of our district, doing with what we have. So there's that picture again. Student nutrition staff, as always, has stepped up to help in every single event. The next chapter of the R.O. Hardin story is that I believe they'll have a documentary filmed about their progress.
Wow.
So not by the Hunt Institute, by another organization, but kudos, major kudos to
Yeah.
all of them.
That's great.
So, great. Now, going into more, so that was the positive, now we're gonna go into reality. Our 23-24 after-school programs. I wish that I had the opportunity, I know that we can't address public comment, but for me to have delivered this piece, this slide, when the room was full.
Right.
You can put your stuff in the front.
Maybe. So the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, as you can see, is going to be highly audited. And this slide comes from the School Services of California, the budget, experts. So we are very interested as a school district to ensure that this funding that we receive in both ACES and ELOP remains in the hands of the district and is not in danger of being taken because we're lacking perhaps invoices, or we're lacking perhaps rigor to the program, or we're lacking perhaps attendance. We have not made the decision to remove anyone from the program. I know that there are current families having the benefit of the ELOP program. That is true, because the Hollister School District is paying their tuition. That is something that we haven't publicly talked about. We as a school district contract, and in this case, we have organizations that are vendors, and we work with the vendors to provide services to the school district. Moving forward, to ensure that the unduplicated students have priority, because they are the ones that generate this money, and priority is for them. We want to make sure that we are keeping track of the registrations. We want to be able to communicate with families that potentially are not able to communicate. We can see who can, open and access a text message. 98% of our families are contactable. So I'm curious to know who isn't, and how can we help them? Do they need a device? Do they need communication with a phone call versus a text message versus, potentially an in-person at the school level type of conversation. So this slide here has to deal with the compliance aspect of after-school programming. We've opened up registrations, and we've have hundreds of students that 400 that have registered of families. Out of those, they're able to pick which provider they want.
Understand if they know what the families that they've been working with have these needs because they're illiterate and they don't have access to help us, right? Because that was one of the comments. You have families that I'm afraid have not been able to communicate with you what their needs are, what their wants are. But you know who they are. It's like they're afraid to give us that information because we're somehow going to do something with it and not. But it doesn't, it's to get the services that these families need to understand what those services are. And if they have that relationship, why not work with the districts to ensure that these families' needs are completely met all the way around and working together. They talk about partnering and collaborating, but that isn't collaborating. Working together is working together, putting our differences aside for the best interest of our students.
I mean, we don't know the other side of the story either. So
what do you mean?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, how many times have we met with them in these last couple of years? How many times have we sat down and had these discussions with them? How many times have anyone gone out and visited the sites? I mean, there is no collaboration because there is no communication, and it's like that's what needs to happen, and that's what we're missing right here. That's why there is this disconnect between what's going on there and what's going on here, and that's why they seemed like they were surprised by all this change. And it worked.
So I can comment to that. I think that these are great discussion points. I would like to say that as a district that receives the funding, we are legally able to select which vendors we go through. So I'm gonna make this as a comparison. For example, in special education, if we need staff because we cannot obtain staff, I'm going to make this up, like an SLP, a speech and language pathologist, and we're not able to hire someone, we will go out and contract with a vendor.
Right.
In this case, we as a school district receive the money and we can go and pick and contract with a vendor. It is not a guarantee that we're going to pick the same one each time. There's no legal requirement in that. Whether or not we've had communications, I know that I've shared a timeline of communications and dates with the board in regards to information that has been requested on our behalf as the organization that has to face the audits, you know. A few weeks ago, I sent that information over where we did request on multiple occasions and for various months, specific pieces of information that would keep us compliant. For example, invoices or attendance. In this case, what we are looking at is that we are actually ahead. Despite all of the attention that this item has garnered, we are a couple of months ahead of every other year, which I think is lost on the crowd that we've heard about. But every other year, we bring the MOUs to the board in August. It's May, mid-May, or late of May. And we are planning to bring those MOUs sooner than August. And that is ahead of what the previous timelines have been. That's key as well. We're not looking to displace families. We're not looking to, make sure that families have appropriate care and so on. But we also have the legal obligation to ensure that this funding that's tied to the unduplicated count goes to them first. Currently, we don't have that. Mm-hmm.
The one thing that I'm confused about, and it's the second time that we've heard this, is that they come and they talk to us about they're not going to have any childcare. And I've looked at what we have put out, and in I have not seen anything in what we have offered that says we're going to discontinue the program. So I would like to request one more time in Spanish and in English that next year, for the school year, there will be child care till 6:00 p.m. at all of our school sites. That needs so that these people are not worried about not having someone there. We heard that many times tonight. I'm a single parent. I have to have this child care. And I don't want people to think that we're not going to take care of their kids.
It wasn't only about childcare, it was also about the connection they have with these groups.
I understand that.
And so that means something to the community. That means something to their family. There are things about the program that we still don't know, that we should know. I mean, CASA, majority of their staff is bilingual. How many bilingual staff are we going to have? Is that going to be available? I mean, these are serious concerns, and though you're seeing we're ahead of the pack, we don't have half the answers. So how could we be ahead of the pack if we don't even have a plan or details of what's going to be happening? And then we're doing a disservice to the community. I mean, I feel, yes, I'm new to here, but I feel I'm prepared to even move forward. I mean, we last month, we said we were gonna come back May with a plan, and we didn't get it. We're getting just a small update. And so, I mean, this is a serious concern for our community. And we talked about 400 registered people, but I'm pretty sure I heard you wanted to have 800 people. And so, obviously, there's not the success that we are expecting.
Well, I think it's a little bit early to say it's not a success.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not 400, 800, we're talking 50%.
Well,
Okay, so that's
and
right
what
there.
month is it? It's May.
Right, but again,
Right.
these programs need to have a decision by June, okay? And so, and that's not happening.
So thank you for your comments. If I can get IT to put up the website. So we have answers, and I have shared FAQ, I have shared timelines with the board in regards to what information has been made available. This is on the website, it's been on the website, there's different plans.
It's 10:30.
Okay.
And for our
Yes,
bylaws,
thank you.
we need to take a motion to continue the board meeting.
Okay.
For how long, I believe.
Yes, and consider however long.
Will somebody make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we finish our board meeting.
We need
A time frame.
11.
Well, I was gonna say an hour. I know it's not gonna be an hour, but I just want to finish our board meeting.
This is the last.
Right, this is the last thing, so.
So 11.
So
For no more than.
1 hour, for no more than 1 hour. Okay, that means we could end earlier than that,
Right.
right? Is there someone who would second that?
Second.
Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Trustee Grist?
Aye.
Trustee Perez?
No.
Okay, trustee Martinez?
Aye.
Trustee Toasty?
Aye.
Trustee Marks? Aye.
Okay. So we have this on the website, which concerns the expanded learning opportunities, which is after school. This information has been on the website. We have shared messages with parents. At the top, we have the white shape up there. If you click on that and make it into Spanish, that all of those documents are switched over. So there is information in regards to this not being a success. The goal when we came to the board was an enrollment of 800. That was before we looked and we are being receptive to the community and based on their needs. If we are now going to pivot, which we've talked about in the previous slides, how as a school district, sometimes we need to pivot and we share the opportunity with certain groups that have come forward. That means that we as a school district wouldn't have the 800 because we're sharing that 800 with them.
But we're also sharing the budget.
We're sharing the budget.
Right.
We will have to rethink. Part of our ideas were to rehire staff from the layoff list. Part of our ideas were to multi-fund custodians that had a Hollister School District ELOP. But because we're pivoting, this is the time that we're pivoting. Again, last year, the MOU came to the board in August. In August, these agencies were pounding the pavement to get their enrollment. They did not have their enrollment in August. We are now in May. We are ahead of the timeline that we've had before.
Can I get a copy of the registration application, please? Because I know I don't have access to that.
So if you go into, let's see, is registration, if we could click on that. This is on the public website. So it's a Google form in English and Spanish, and you would fill that out based on your students' information.
And there's a portion where it says pick your program, but it's not specific as to what program they pick.
So if you click on pick your program,
And do you have a preference for provider?
You see, it's easier to see on mine.
After school, for school?
Well, there's
So
five, there's 5 pages?
Yeah, that's page 1. So if you have a preferred program, you could type in the name, but what we can do is print this out in its entirety for you to see.
If you're a parent reading this, you would not know that you would want to put CASA there or that you would want to put YMCA. It would be ambiguous for them to know what answer they're expected to pick.
Well, it could say current program.
Right, but they don't understand.
So we have staff at the schools, and we also have asked our migrant coordinator to specifically call all migrant families that are involved. I think that there's ways that we can address some of the concerns that are being shared tonight, but this is no different than if we look at our other vendors and we allow for departments to go with a vendor, for example. This is the same thing.
Yeah, and CASA could be helping them do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was, the other question, was in, we could get a list, right? Is that list, because they are our vendors, so they need to provide us with certain data points, right? Certain information on
Yes.
who their students are and rosters.
Yes.
And cross-referencing that with how many of those families that are current have turned in the application to then, leave us a list of just the ones we need to focus on to contact to help support them do this form, either with the phone or however we can.
Yes. The idea is not to displace any family.
Right.
That's not the idea. The idea was to streamline this so that the district had greater oversight, and that is still the recommendation by staff, that the district, in order to meet all of those compliance pieces that will be happening at an upcoming audit, that we maintain the right as an organization to have the oversight. We have modeled and are looking at programs such as Gilroy Unified. Some of the providers have worked and work in Gilroy Unified, and they're familiar with the models that we're looking at. We want to do what we can to ensure that those vendors that are coming in to work with our students focus on the students. We will do the administrative part because we need to make sure that we have timely data.
But do you understand that even your new vendors are not on that list? Like, how would they know what those new vendors are? Do you understand?
Do we have new vendors?
So we have not.
Exactly. So how can we expect them to answer this if we haven't provided those answers?
So what we can do is we can print out this form to ensure that on page 2, 3, 4, and 5, that information that you're seeking, Trustee Perez, doesn't appear. Unless I can move forward on these screens, I can't answer that right now because it's a Google form.
Right.
But you also talked about displacing people. There are people that we will be displacing that aren't going to fit in the criteria of ACEs or ELOP. There are parents out there that use some of these programs for a couple hours. They don't keep their child there till 6 p.m.
They don't have to.
Oh, but no, it's kind of a requirement, isn't it?
So ELOP
There was
is a requirement.
Email by Dr. Myers that said that it is
Yes.
required
It is in this new program in order to be funded,
But
correct?
to address those families, Trustee Perez, for example, if you're talking about families at the YMCA Center that pay, right now we pay for them, but if they pay, then what can happen is that our facilities are open. We have civic permits where organizations can request a permit and a use. We're not saying that YMCA cannot come in and operate a program such as they used to before ELOP funding. That's not what we're saying. If it's a family that, like you said, pays for a program and only needs it for 1 or 2 hours, that would be between them and the YMCA. The funding that the government has sent us is specifically for specific students. We as a district have an obligation to ensure that we're meeting those requirements, and that we're financially responsible for that.
These conversations haven't taken place, is what I'm saying.
Well, you don't know that, right? Because what,
People have talked to me.
okay, so we have met with, with both organizations, that was your
Diane said
directive
they
to me, at the last board meeting, so staff has met with both
Yeah,
organizations. Staff
Said
has,
that you guys. met.
yes, staff has sent communication to both organizations. That was your directive to me as well, and those two directives have been completed.
Meeting and having a conversation are two different things. Like you and I can have a meeting and not talk to each other, and we can walk away saying, hey, I just met with you. But when one side is talking and the other side is not talking, that is not an actual meeting. There is no communication.
What I can tell you is that I was present at that meeting, and I can tell you that conversations took place. If you have other information, we could talk about it offline, or we could talk about it with President Marks present, and you can let me know what your concerns are. But staff and I had a meeting with both organizations, which was your directive as a board collectively to me at the April board meeting.
As well as having an update with the plan today that happened.
So the plan itself, if we look back at the website, has been state approved, right? The plan itself is based upon the needs from the families. Since our registration recently opened up, like I've explained, and we are taking time to collect data from families so that we can say, for example, Hollister School District will only run 2 schools. Organization X will run 5 schools. Organization Y will run another 2 schools, or so on. We're taking the time, right? We're in the data gathering process right now. Had we presented a plan, then perhaps I would have been criticized that it was too premature because I didn't give families enough time to respond. So with the idea of being receptive, 1, to the organizations that we're working with, 2, to the families, 3, to the students, we are coming up with a plan that's thoughtful and sustainable.
I agree. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the process that's being done right now. I think it's just cross-referencing it with those families that we know are out there that have not finished or have not submitted an application for many reasons, right? But I think looking at it and analyzing, once we get the data, the full data in, and looking at what parents want in choice, I mean, that's been our motto.
Yes.
We're a district of choice.
Yes.
And it's not that we're taking that choice away, but at least we're framing it a little bit better with making ourselves not putting ourselves at risk or putting ourselves the funding at risk to provide these services that are deeply needed by our families. But now, once we get an idea of who those targeted families are going to be that we can service,
and what their
then you can
preferences
open
are?
up to the other vendors. We now know what we need to staff, if we can get the staffing, if we can't, but it's all gotta line up, based on the data and the information that we get.
Well, and I thought that Diane Ortiz, she backed up everything that you just said, that you're gonna meet again on June 5th and, go over everything that you've set up. I didn't feel that, I think she felt that she had been part of the team and part of the conversation.
We haven't made a decision because no decision has been made at this point. I think they were worried that we were moving forward by collecting this data and keeping them out of the loop, which we have not.
If we can go back to the presentation.
Yes.
Yeah.
The data has been shared to date from the moment that we sent the last email to both organizations that have been present in the process. They know the number of votes and so on, and we will continue to communicate that. So we have also participated in differentiated assistance as a district team. I'd like to thank the differentiated assistance team from the district. We have social emotional representation by our social emotional coordinator. We have teachers that represent general education and special education from across the district. We have district office administrators, and we've also been looking very coincidentally at our the topic of discussion at our special board meeting with the high school, our joint board meeting that we just had. In regards to chronic absenteeism, we looked at the root causes. This is very, very far away. I understand the font is very small, but these are some of the reasons that we looked at, and we drilled deeply into in discussions in regards to how could we remediate chronic absenteeism as a district. So it's all very timely. We also had Mental Health Awareness Week at the school sites. These particular students are holding hands and engaging in a very kind activity of remembering how important it is to be kind and compassionate unto others and have that respect and with each other. The list there are the highlights of the different activities that took place in regards to Mental Health Awareness Week at the sites. And we have some pictures of different things, students engaged in activities. They got goodie bags. We had staff that wore matching t-shirts and so on. So thank you very much to all that participated. This is the joint board meeting that we attended. I'm very thankful to the board for their ability to attend and to be collaborative. I know that we have an upcoming special board meeting again to revisit the work and the discussions that took place. So I look forward to that. Chronic absenteeism, again, not only impacts students, but also impacts our finances. So first and foremost are the students. With that, I just thank everybody. I think that it's very important that as we draw the school year to an end, not only are we looking at the end of the year activities, but we're also looking at what's coming up for the new year, what's happening in the summer. It's really easy to lose sight of the fact that we're all in it together and we're all a team. We all do the very best that we can for students. And I just want to thank everyone in the organization for what they do.
Great.
All right.
Thank you. So we're at item 16, board member report. We'll go across trustee Grist.
Yes, I attended the joint board meeting on attendance. It was very well done. Kip did a great job and presenting very good information. Lisa and I did Sarah Vista outreach. I went to the gifted games at the high school, and my grandson, he did a great job. He ran the mile, and he's not a very PE kind of guy, and he just did a great job. He had a ball, and the high school was they really did a great job. They had everything. It was perfect. I mean, they did a great job. I mean, unbelievable. It was super well organized. Mike Sanchez was the MC, you know, he did a great job. Here comes Gilroy, welcome to Brown. You know, he was great. He did a great job. I also went to Science Day. I was a chaperone for Science Day at Gilroy Gardens. And that was they went to 6 different science stations and did six activities. It was observational Science Day. And then they got to go on the rides for 2 hours.
Nice.
So they were all happy. I would wonder we have all these graduations. I wonder if you could do a spreadsheet for us. And then we could see so that we could at least have somebody at each graduation. Because I also have the intergovernmental council meeting on one of those days. So if you could do a spreadsheet for that.
There's only like 2 on the 2 on the 8th,
Yeah,
right?
we could do that, yeah.
And then all the rest are on the 7th.
Right.
We could do that.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Perez?
Let's see, the joint board meeting, for some reason, with the high school, for some reason, mine said that they got canceled, so I don't know what happened there. May 4th, I went to the YMCA, I went to go visit Sierra Vista, ACLA. While I was there, I got to meet Principal Ortiz, and she was meeting with, I think, the K1 teachers, and I popped my head and said hello to them. I went to Calaveras on May 11th for the cultural event that they were having there, Calaveras and AAA. After that, I went to Mays to see the after-school program there. And then also, while I was there, some teachers were having a meeting, and I said hello to them. And that's pretty much all my events this month.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Martinez?
To the community engagement at Rancho, and then the joint board meeting with Hollister High School.
Okay, trustee Tosti?
The joint board meeting was amazing. It was amazing when two, school districts can come together like that, and I'm really looking forward to future ones. And on May 4th, I attended the R.O. Hardin, and that was wonderful. That was so energizing, and I was so pleased, so proud of our district and R.O. Hardin. It was a great event. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. So I did board outreach with Liz at Rancho San Justo on the 2nd, and a board outreach with Jan on the 9th at Sierra Vista. They had different flavors, but we had good conversations from each. It was a lot. Sierra Vista had a lot of people. It was really interesting. And then on the 16th was the joint board meeting. I don't know what I thought I was going to experience, but I found it very egalitarian, even the way that they spaced us. There was one person from the high school, one person from the HSD, all the way around. And as president, the president of the Hollister High wanted me to gavel in and things like that, which was it was fun. But I thought that a lot of really great data was provided, and that I was impressed by the initiative that we sort of came to a conclusion on. And I'm looking forward to meeting with them again. And I know that they're on an outreach mission right now to they mentioned at least 2 other county schools.
Yes. Good.
So I think they want to make this, honestly, I think they really want to make this a community-wide. I think they ideally would get the COE and all those outlying schools to participate as well, which kind of aligned with something that, we were talking about today with the whole community too. Upcoming tomorrow is the budget perspective workshop, which I can't wait for because I just need to have a better idea of all this. And then the commencement graduations. And we have I'm going to remind the board on June 10th, we have a special board meeting scheduled. And so there will be on the lookout for some pre-work for that at some point between now and then.
Yes.
If we wanted to add stuff on the agenda, when would be the due date for
For which one?
that special meeting?
The special meeting is specifically for the superintendent evaluation and goal setting. So it's very singular, and it's going to take all of the 3 hours to make that happen.
Yeah, it's just going to be 9 to 12.
Also, if we wanted a second, have a special meeting, say, things on Thursday don't go well.
Things on Thursdays?
Oh, we would have to meet before that because school is out by the 10th.
What are we talking about?
if negotiations go south.
Oh, yeah, I think we should just deal with that if it becomes an issue.
Yeah.
But, okay, so future agenda items?
Well, you mentioned some.
Oh, well, no,
So
not
you
future
jumped in.
agenda items. We're
Okay.
just, that we're talking about a few, I just was reminding about the already scheduled meeting. Okay.
I think this is already planned, the safety issue, isn't that already planned?
Yes.
So, I mean, so we're gonna talk safety, we're gonna have a safety presentation, I guess.
For
Yes.
future?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I,
We're just going down.
Yes, we are.
One thing that Kip talked about it, demographic report, do we have a due date on that? Well, I've been here since January and every month it's coming and it's been, I'm coming up on my 5th month, I think. So
It's on a donkey.
I just, you know.
It's on a donkey.
It's nothing about you guys, it's just other places that always have new agenda items, I follow up, and that's just one of the things that needs to be followed up. And of course, the after-school program plan, we did that. And then, of course, I submitted the EDCO about compensation, revisit that, that I sent, so hopefully we have that next meeting.
So far we have from trustee Grist, the school safety, the information.
That's already on.
That's in progress. From trustee Perez, we have the demographer's report and update. I know that I've let the board know that that would be available per the demographer in the summertime. We can ask again and see if there's a more specific date, an after-school plan, is what you're asking. And then compensation for the board.
Yeah, the EDCO I sent that.
So the whole board has received that? No?
I just sent it to you.
Based on Ed Code. He would like a future agenda item to align with Ed Code for districts that have more than a certain amount of students and
well, I mean, it's
compensation for
revising our board
members.
policy.
Correct.
If that
Right.
would be taken into consideration,
Right.
that would be what would be put on the agenda.
Right.
Looking at current board policy and looking at Ed Code.
Right.
And whether or not we want to adopt.
Agreed,
what's in Ed
yes,
Code.
that's gonna be a future agenda item. Okay?
So we have 2 members that agreed to that?
No, we should, thank you.
Good job, Jen.
Well, I get shot down all the time.
No. So the
Oh,
safety things,
and I should add, revisiting the gym thing too.
the gym thing?
I already was shot down on that
So,
one.
so the safety issue is already on there, the demographer is already on there, the after-school plan is already on there, right? So, then the compensation,
for the board.
The board compensation entertaining, a revision to our board policy on that. So do we want to do a roll call vote?
Do we have a consensus to bring that forward?
Trustee Grist?
No.
Okay, trustee Perez? Avi?
Yes, I
Trustee Martinez?
I mean, I don't mind looking at it, and, I mean, we've made decisions on this in the past, so it's not a do or die, but if we want to look at it, we can.
You're open to that. Okay, trustee Toasty?
I'm open to it. I'm open to it.
Okay.
Or we want to put it off a month or.
That's all.
Yeah, we can decide when's, based on the agendas that are coming up, when it's the best time to entertain it.
Right.
But it will definitely, we have consensus, so it will definitely be a future agenda item.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, well then, any announcements or reminders beyond the ones I've, duh. Sorry, trustee
So,
Martinez.
I know we had a great presentation on the attendance report, but I think sharing that information, like what we're looking forward in the initiatives that we will be doing through Hollister School District.
Do you want to, yeah, that's a good
I
one.
think it's important.
So sharing that data.
Yes, and just the kind of focusing in on what you shared and what, you know, because it was beautiful, and I would like for our folks to
Yeah, Kip
hear
did a
that
great job on that.
here as well.
True.
That would be a good idea. So, do we have a consensus on that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, okay.
I said it,
Yeah,
so.
I know.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and I'm out, so that's a good thing. So it's basically a presentation that shares what we went through during our joint board meeting and what was discussed and agreed upon so far.
Yes.
All right? Do you have
I'm
any- Okay. Any announcements or reminders that I didn't say?
No.
All righty. Then, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we adjourn at 11:02. And thank you to the cabinet for sticking it out.